What's up? And welcome. Dreadlock Pac here, aka Big Brain, Warlock Main. And today, I hope to entertain. Welcome one, welcome all, wherever you are, whenever you are. Thank you for joining me, man, in this space, time, however you want to phrase it. Hope everything's going well for you on your end. Hope the universe is, caving to your will. And if it's not, things ain't going perfect for you, look around you, search for any materials that you got above you, below you, maybe inside you. So anything that you can do. Maybe you can plant a seed, maybe you can grow. Maybe you can sing a song and you never know how the echoes will do. But just try, As a wise one once told me, transmutation, not presumptuous denial, is the weapon of the master. So see how much of a master yourself is. But with the usual Warlock big brain philosophical rant out the way, man. How's everybody doing, man? It's been a minute. But all those minutes has led us to this moment. So yeah, today, man, I plan on doing the whole little vault streaming thing that I usually do, at the end of the season. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna go through the vault, see what we got, check out all the loot, and just really pretty much chit chat and drop some knowledge and chit chat with you guys, anticipate the new Lightfall coming. So yeah, just bear with me as it downloads. As you can see, it's been a minute since we've been back on, but yeah, ain't no telling what'll unfold after that. Maybe we'll do the main mission, see where that takes us and everything. I watched the cutscene, but yeah, man, Destiny's been on the Bungie's been on the ball lately, hadn't they, with all the news and everything, right? It's like they hit they was on a they was on a silent campaign, right? The previous seasons, and then like recently they just been like throwing shell after shell after shell of news and whatnot. So definitely interested to get my hands on Lightfall, as I'm pretty sure everyone else is. I think the thing I'm most excited about is how much of a major shift it will cause the game, right? Like, it's the same game, but it's gonna shift it on a level to where we just have new tools and we'll be able to experience everything all over. There's just so much stuff, right? Like from the levels being changed to the builds that we're gonna be able to do now versus what we are available to do right now. So see, 24-hour downtime begins on 27th, which is why we're doing the vault stream today. Claim your seals, season passes, and vendor rewards. Lightfall season of the Defiance launches, and can I say that I'm loving the aesthetic on those Queen's weapons already, yo. I peeped a couple of weapons I'm already got my eyes on, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Rotators next week. We're gonna have Rift. The Nightfall is gonna be Proving Grounds, so we know that Proving Grounds is gonna be in a rotation next week or next season, along with, I guess, what did they say, Mars Battleground. We also have Last Wish Raid and the Dungeon Prophecy. I'm not sure, but aren't they remastering a raid too? Maybe not. Like not remastering the raid, but what I mean is like bringing the loot up to par, like how they did with DSC. And I think if they are, it would be Vogue, because they mentioned rewind rounds a few weeks ago, but they've been just throwing so much info at us that not exactly sure. But yeah, all right, next week in Destiny. So I guess we'll start it off, man, with the Hunter. Yeah, I had to get the drip right on all the classes, though. You know what I'm saying? Like if you notice the theme, you know the theme. Y'all in the know already know. But yeah, we gonna go ahead and start off with the Hunter. So yeah, really, I just want to go through everything that I got in my collection, where my mindset is at for next season, and just chit chat, theory craft, and whatnot. And from there, we'll yeah, man, just hopefully bide our time till Tuesday launches. And then Tuesday, I mean, oh yeah, this is the cutscene part. I actually want to capture this. And so actually, let's go see Zer first, and then I'll do the whole vault loot hoarder thing that I always do at the end of the season. Let's try EDZ first. But what tangent was I on, man? I'm telling you, I got so much stuff in my brain right now. Yeah, so Tuesday when Lightfall launches, I was thinking about it, and normally I love, like, speed running the season and whatnot, but these past few seasons have really allowed me to like take it in and soak it up. Cause you know, man, like you know how we do, bro. Like you know how we do. It's like Sonic getting his hands on the Chaos Emeralds at the Indy 500. Like we gonna speed through that content in no time. Not to mention that if they do like how they did in Witch Queen, right? Beating the campaign will put your Guardian up to par with in-game. So really, it's just a matter of what 6 to 7 hours of beating the campaign, and then your Guardian's good enough for raid day. So like looking at it from that perspective, I really want to take my time and soak in this next coming season because it's an expansion, right? And it's going to be a lot of content dropping, and there's just like so much things that I just really want to like savor it and enjoy it. And since the raid is 48 hours and it's launching on the week after, that's plenty of time to me. So I really just want to sit down and enjoy it. So probably okay, so there's definitely not at the easy. So probably on Lightfall, we'll start the stream off. We'll start it off probably like an hour or two after reset, right? Just in case there's any errors or whatnot. I don't think there will be. I can't remember how Witch Queen's launch was, right? But just let's say it's smooth enough, right? There's no error codes. They don't have to be taken offline or anything, but contingency plan, right? We'll start off by like maybe an hour, maybe two after reset. And then I'm gonna just take my time going through everything. We'll go visit Test Bay. You know what I'm saying? We'll go check and see what type of loot and everything she got, the ornaments and whatnot. Then we'll go to all the different vendors. Go see Big Daddy Zavala, Big Daddy Shax. I think Trials was getting an Immortal SMG. So today we also need to take our Trials engrams and make sure we store them on our characters just in case to try to get some of the new loot. We already stocked up on the Iron Banner engrams as well. I know the glaive is the ritual weapon. That's really one thing that I do want to chase for immediately. Is that Zer? Yeah, that's Zer. Cool. That's one thing I do want to chase for immediately is the ritual glaive. I'm a sucker for glaive, as you guys know. So, and destabilizing rounds sounds like it's gonna destabilizing rounds sounds like it's gonna allow you to either suppress or apply volatile rounds. So, if I remember that tangent, I'll continue from there. So Big Daddy Zer has the Lord of Wolves, the Lucky Pants. Let's see, High Resilience. Yeah. He has Antaeus Wards. Remember when these used to be busted, yo? Oh, and a pretty good Nezarec Sin. Now look at that recovery and intellect split. That is nasty, yo. What's that, 29 and 30 on? Yeah, hey, if you ain't got a good one, yo, you might want to go pick that one up right now. All right, so he has a 7 Seraph Carbon, threat detector ECAP. This is the old one too. Look at that Warmind logo. 450 slap right now, but I don't know if you want to pick one of these up though. I love the design of this thing, right? Because it's like a Warmind. It's like if Rasputin was thinking of a AK-47 and had access to a 3D printer. This is what you got. This is what you get, right? But yeah, 7 Seraph. You got Geon 7. Ooh, now this one's nice right here. Yeah, this one got scopes, so you can change the zoom. Well, actually, no, you can't, because the unless it's just not reflecting down here at the bottom. These two zooms are the same. But with Zenmo and Rampage on controller, scrub like me, yeah, this right here is slap. And you got Flare Mag. Ikilos, I mean, everybody can craft this, so it is what it is. You got First In, Last Audi. All right, nothing too much to say about this one. You have the Far Future, Surplus Frenzy. This is sniper rifle. You got Honor's Edge. No one is really going to be jumping up and down with this. And I'm guessing this is the class sword for everybody. I think this is the first time Zer's ever sold this, the class sword. I could be wrong, but and then for the exotics, he has a Hawkmoon. Man, I knew I should have put up that rangefinder Hawkmoon. Man, this man does not sell it anymore. I swear, yo. But hopefully in the future we can craft it, right? So, and hopefully these perks be changed up. So yeah, I'll take a craftable Hawkmoon any day. Patience is key. And then you got a DMT, right, with Killing Window. All right, so Zer is on Nessus, and last but not least, we'll check the armor since I'm here, right? All right, that's pretty much. So Zer is on Nessus, and if anything, my Warlocks and you do not have a good Nezi Sin, come cop this. This would be good. Because remember, Nezi Sin works on any subclass, right? You just got to be using void weapons. So, but okay, that's where your boy Zer is. So, okay, what tangent was he on? Oh yeah, that's right. Lightfall reset. So when Lightfall reset hits, one thing I really want to do too is just really inspect all of the weapons as well. I'm gonna take my time and go through every single weapon that we got, and as far as new loot, right? Like just search through the collections, look at all the exotics, tinker around a little bit, and then like I said, we'll take our time hopping around. We'll probably do one of either like Crucible or one of the ritual playlists so we can get access to that glaive first, and then from there it's just whatever, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just take it as it goes. We got what, around 10 days until the raid, and then we got 48 hours from there. So I just really want to soak it in and enjoy it, and yeah, just not burn out. But let's get on to the vault hoarding. So on the hunter, pretty much on every character, I'm gonna have a good set of weapons because they're the characters, so they're gonna be using it. But starting off on the hunter, we got a pretty decent riptide that we acquired last season. Pretty good, you know, golden tricorn, successful warm up, but the banger is chill clip auto loading. Once I seen this, had to cop it. As a matter of fact, I think I got one for each character, but yeah, pretty much you got the riptide. Definitely gonna be useful, especially with the new access to the anti-verb perks on champions. Ragnarok, one I crafted. I really love Thresh, man. And enhanced Thresh, I know it's not a lot, but the way I like to think about it is like how much over time are you getting? And you know, when you're playing for a long period of time, getting those kills, it does add up to me, right? Like 50 kills is essentially, with a Thresh weapon, 100% super, if you think about it like that. You got Braytech Werewolf. I love this thing. Little off-brand Monte Carlos right here. You got the Pugilist, Swashbucky, and armor-piercing rounds so you can hit multiples. You got the Submission. Nothing too fancy, as I stated before about Thresh. Good SMG, but I just do not have a good time with controlling the recoil on that thing. But I do like it for using it. Stay frosty, man. Shout outs to everybody who got one of these when Grandma was hooking us up with cookie dough. Because this right here, especially since they nerfed the BXR, telling you, this is a sleeper contender and it be bussin'. So glad I got this exact roll. Full bore, Rico rounds, range masterwork, right? So we pumped out max on that. Then I got the option between moving target and Thresh. So you already know how I feel about Thresh. Plus it's in the first slot, but the real kicker is this right here. Head Seeker, yo. I'm testing under over currently in Crucible, but it may come in handy against the new, what is that, Woven Mail buff, but we'll see. But this right here, man, this right here gives BXR a run for its money now that it got nerfed. Got the Boudica. Threat Detector, Frenzy. It's a 9mm. Let's say it one more time. 9mm. But Mr. Cool Juice, he loved ragging on me, but he called it a 22 every time he see me using this thing. But yeah, I just love the whole old school Glock aesthetic. I picture like Drifter having this like in the Dark Ages or something like this, but I really love it though. Threat Detector, Frenzy. Shout out to the dev who designed this. I really like that. Chroma Rush. Anyone who knows me knows how much I love auto rifles. 720, well, really all auto rifles for their own reasons. But 720s are up there for me just because of how much they spit, like just suppression down range, right? I really love the fact that, like, depending on how you're playing, yeah, auto rifles are, you have to be out of cover, but at the same time, you can prevent your opponent from leaving cover with a good auto rifle spam. But yeah, accurized rounds, hammer forge rifling, stability masterwork. Pretty much, I just love this thing. Thresh. We got the Fractithai. I kept this thing for so long, and I was going to dismantle this thing so many times, and it finally paid off when they did the shotgun changes this season. But yeah, opening shot, slide shot, accurized, full choke, or rifle, and the range masterwork. So, needless to say, I love this thing. I'm not a proficient shotgunner, though, but I do love me a good shotgun. So when I do use a shotty, that's what I'm using. We got the Fatebringer Time Loss. Really good hand cannon I'm thinking going to be next season because of the multitude of perks it has, but you can't go wrong with Frenzy, Explosive Payload, right? But Osmosis, can't wait to see how it synergizes with Strand next season. And with the new Overcharge and Surges, yeah, I can't wait to see how good that thing's going to slap. This right here, hands down, my favorite auto rifle or addition this season, man. The Lodbrok C. Slow firing, but the amount of synergy and perks this thing has, man, has put auto rifles on the map. And it goes to show you that sometimes you really just need a good weapon with good perks or good stats and perk pools in order for it to shine. Because this is nothing out the ordinary, right? Like a 360 auto rifle, but everyone who uses this thing almost like unanimously agrees how well this auto rifle shines. And yeah, I just love it, man. Like I said, the Lodbrock Chad is what I call this thing. But Demolitionist Wellspring, yo, woof! One of only I think it's 3 or 4 weapons that can get this combination. But yeah, you talking about ability spam? This thing right here is just so good. All right, and that's my kinetics on my hunter. We got the Dark Decider. I'm a sucker for verb perks. Anything with verb perks, I'm pretty much gonna scoop it up. But dynamic sway, volt shot, pretty good stability. It's not the best. I think if the recoil was a little bit better, this thing will get more play. But it's okay for now, right? The thing about 720s though, man, they're like on a slippery scale. You buff them too much, and like they'll be extremely broken. As much as I love auto rifles, I do not want like a 600 auto rifle meta. I think the metas are good when you have options, right? When you have multitude of options, not just like 1 to 2 to 3, right? Like the rock paper scissors route to me always appealed for every meta. You know, you have this that counters that, but this can counter the that. You know what I mean? But yeah, more options. Collective obligation, nothing too different, you know. And then we have the glaive, edge of concurrence. I kind of wish that if they do adjust these glaives, man, give them verb perks. Give them something with the catalyst to allow them to do their designated verb. That would be awesome. Plug one. Really like this thing. Wish I would have paid attention and farmed a better role when this thing was out, but yeah, it's okay. Not no main ingredient, but it's okay. Heating up Thresh. Let's see. We got the Unforgiven. Beautiful combination right here. Demolitionist Repulsor Brace. As you see, it's on the Hunter for a reason. Pair this thing with G Falcons, and it is good to go. Reload speed could be better on this thing, but I love the aesthetic, man. They really did their thing on these duality weapons as far as making them like unique and stand out on their own. We got the Enigma. I crafted, of course, Enhanced Thresh, Threat Detector. I'll probably change this up in the coming future, or maybe dismantle it if that other glaive, if the Ritual Glaive is worth any good. It's funny because the OG glaives kind of feel like they've been power crept now that we have verb perks in the game. And I think the overall eventual peak of power creep, like at the far, far future of Destiny, is going to be when we have origin trait perks, but they are verb perks essentially. You get what I mean? Like an origin trait that allows you to proc a verb perk. Like I think that'll be paired with like 2 damage buff perks. I think like that'll be like picture a Kindled Orchid, but it has like, I don't know, a way to proc volatile rounds for its origin trait perk. Like I think that's the final pinnacle of power creep as far as that's concerned, because you compare it with in my mind I would want it like a Demolitionist, then like Kill Clipper, Golden Tricorn, then that origin verb perk trait. Like that would be a perfect weapon for me, borderline exotic. But yeah, it's just my wishful thinking. You got the Comedian. Love that I farmed this row right here, man. This thing got a lot of flack back in the day when it first came out, because I can't remember what shotgun at the time was like. There was another shotgun at the time that was popping, and there was no reason to farm any other shotgun, basically. So when Comedian came out with its stat package, it basically got kicked to the dust. And on top of that, I think you had to get it from the Fanatic Strike. So it wasn't that alluring at all. But this combination stood out to me because of also we have the way to do a infinite shotgun chain at the moment with what is it? Quick charge, I think. If you can get charged with light, basically when you're using shotguns, you can replenish your ammo while you're surrounded. So that with Subsistence and Thresh really stood out to me. But I really wanted this combo to pair with Nezarec Sin because it's void. So Subsistence, Thresh on a Nezarec Sin weapon. You know, I'm very glad I farmed this one. And the funny thing is the next season they brought Comedian back as they took off Thresh. And I can't remember if they removed Subsistence either. But yeah, this is what I wanted to farm at the time. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe not. I was gonna say hopefully they bring it back with the origin trait perk, but I would honestly rather them make another whole new weapon or a better shotgun altogether. It's more of a novelty. Exalted Truth. When it was time to farm, I farmed, and I'm glad I did. As you can see, Killing Wind, Frenzy, Gutshot straight for the memes, but overall pretty okay. You know, nice little stat package all around. I still like Pally overall, though. Something about Pally that just speaks for itself. And then you got Ruinous Effigy. Another another big fan of trace rifles. I love trace rifles about as much as I love auto rifles. Pretty much neck and neck. And then you got a Roar of the Bear. We have Incandescent, the Vert perk, Ambitious Assassin. I'm hoping this will get some play next season for sure. Depending on how good rockets are. You pair this with a good galley or something, right? Then the Incandescent little Wolfpack round spread around. Royal Entry. This is my baby since back in the day. Not this particular one, but back when all rockets did like the same damage. This one was my go-to because you could. It had auto tracking, and so field prep, clown, or auto loading. Woof, loved it. Still love it, but yeah, it's not as good as it used to be. Archon's Thunder, as you can see, Thresh fan, auto loading. So, excuse me, I have it just to have it, pretty much. We got the Storm Chaser. Auto loading, fiery line. Nothing too over the line about that. The other half. Yes, I can craft it, but I believe the reason I still have this one is because you cannot get this particular combo. I could be wrong, but if I still have it locked, that's probably why. You got Hero of Ages, Demolitionist, and One for All on a sword is definitely underrated. Doesn't get a lot of play, but with the new artifact mod next season, my mind is already tinkering with some builds, man, already. And since they revealed all of them, I'm definitely thinking of doing that Dynasty Warriors combo setup with the glaive and the sword, especially since they're like unified to one, and the artifact allows for basically like the Call of Duty pick 12 system. Like, yeah, it's gonna be, whew, they got a lot of new things coming. Relentless Strikes, One for All. I can't remember, but a long time ago, I remember watching a video, and someone said that this sword was the best for DPS because of how fast you could swing it. And I think it was like either from the air or something like that. But I do remember watching a video for a while back. The Outrageous Fortune. One that I will always tell people to get if it's still available at every given moment, simply because this is the only heavy grenade launcher ever since Wendigo, the OG Wendigo, got retired or sunset, that can roll with an alternative grenade such as concussion grenades. OG Wendigo used to roll with blinded grenades, but this one is the only heavy GL that can roll with concussion grenades. So, you know, it plays some utility, right? And they have deprecated or retired concussion as well. But yeah, auto loading, rampage. I just really got it for the auto loading and concussion grenades. It's a little bit of a meme because you got to hit it directly, but still, it's the only one that does what it does, right? It's the reason why it's called Hoarders. Tarnation, this one actually might be okay, especially since GLs are getting the 20% buff, you know, next season. So, field prep, Thresh. Probably going to retire this one once I get a new Verb perk selection for something like that, though. And speaking of the 20% buff, yeah, Outrageous Fortune will be in that loot, too. I mean, it's concussion grenade, so it won't be a lot, but, you know, 20% is still 20%. And then we have Reed's Regrets, which is sadly getting nerfed. Well, not even this edition, right? Because I don't even have the Origin Trait perk on here, so I guess it's not even going to matter about this one. I might actually end up dismantling this, but Surplus Fire Line, just for the Stasis Font of Might things. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hold on and wait and see how the Font of Might damage buff stacking turns out to be before I make any decisions on actually dismantling anything. And that is everything that I got on my Hunter. So we'll move over to the Titan, and we'll go to the Warlock, and then we'll go to the Vault. But yeah, man, tell me what you think about the drip. I decided to get everything on every character, you know, really dip into the elemental vibe, you know what I'm saying? I got the fire boots for the golden gun, basically. He's armed to the teeth with knives, and then he got a arrow on his back, the void bow, so pretty much dipped into all elements. And he's headbutting fools with his electricity, so telling you, man, if they ever do any like anime-esque or like manga, bro, it's a wrap. I can definitely see the media taking off in a whole nother way with the Destiny universe. They just have so much to play with. All right, let's do the Titan. And same with the Titan, right? Did the same thing as far as the drip goes. We got the headbutt factor, the Icefall mantles for the stasis. He got the Void Titan shield on his back. He got the fire boots, right? And then the bond is just I did the bond dark because I really like that how it kind of blends into. I mean, if you want to look at it like that, I mean he's I don't know, converting the light, right? The light energy or the dark energy, however you want to look at it. But enough with that nerdy stuff. We got the Arvindale, of course, Reconstruction, Chill Clip, Particle Repeater, and Charge Time Masterwork. So glad I got this one right here with the Charge Time Masterwork, because one thing about these, man, they're slow, but they do pack a pretty good punch. They do pack a pretty good punch, and I've been loving using this one. We got the Partner Dust. Needless to say, I crafted it this way for a reason. It's pretty good, as I think most people would agree. We got the Old Messenger, Rapid Hit, Desperado, High Cal, Arrowhead, Rocky. Man, it is a shell of its former self, but boy, when Desperado used to slap, man. Oh, all we got is memories now, but man, that's what I mean. Like the fun fact, it wasn't like extremely high top tier viable, but you know when you heard somebody with Desperado, they was about to chainsaw like half of the team, bro. It's oh man, the old school vibes of the Regics, dog. We got Empirical Evidence, Perpetual Motion, Thresh. Pretty much just got it for the Thresh, but this thing has moved up a little bit in viability. It is still so hard for me to aim with that thing, but I do like it. Disparity. Man, I fell in love with this thing at the beginning of the season, and I still love this thing, actually. It's like from the aesthetic to the fact that it's Hawkeye, so it does extra damage on crystals, to oh man, just everything about this gun was on point. It really was, man. The origin traits, this right here is like, I don't know, if they would have bumped it up like a slight any more, it could have been on the level of Luna's Howl or Not Forgotten for me. Like, not as far as lethality goes, but as far as like territory of really good weapon, like almost exotic from legendary, or you know what I mean. But yeah, headstone, moving target, it just has a multitude of really good perks, but this is what I settled on. I love memeing with this thing in PvP because headstone actually comes pretty clutch in those high intense moments in threes. You'd be surprised. You freeze somebody's reds or you encapsulate their ghost, you'd be surprised how many people actually just like ditch the reds or neglect it, or vice versa, stay on it, and then you can break the crystal and cause chip damage. It's pretty, yeah, I really like that. You got Burden of Guilt. You have the Harmony, Vorpal Weapon, Stats for All. This was just the best one I got that was adept, so, you know. But Harmony, Rain of Fire, Vex Mythoclast, Chef's Kiss, bro. Gordon Ramsay himself would kiss your mama. We got Cerberus. Big fan of memeing with this thing in the Crucible, as you can see. I wish it was a little bit more viable, but I'm actually kind of happy it is where it is, because if it was any more lethal, you would definitely see it terrorizing the Crucible a lot. We got Allied Demand. You got Range Finder, Iron Reach, Range Masterwork, and Hammer Force. I missed out on the barrel though, but almost max range, so 4 out of 5. Of course, we had to keep her. Then we have this Lodbrok Chad right here. I'm telling you, I love this thing right here, but I had to hit it with the wood grain. You know, I really love the way that aesthetic came out with the shader. This is the shader right here. Korea Black. You got Osmosis and Target Lock. I'm probably gonna use this thing a lot at the beginning because of Strand next season, but also Target Lock has a really good weapon. A really good perk. I cannot wait to see this on other weapons anytime soon, because it doesn't require a kill, but it rewards you in the way that if you stay on target, it increases your overall damage. So really good perk. Really love the addition of perks like these, because they make other combinations that weren't possible before. So you could imagine if a weapon comes out with like Rampage and Target Lock, right? Like, yeah, that's double damage stacking perks, but the amount of hoops that you got to go through to achieve that level is really good from a player perspective, right? And I think with them doing the weapons like how they did in King's Fall, they're leaning more into doing like double stacking perks like that, but in the way that it's not as free as it used to be in the past. You know what I mean? Like 2 perks that proc at the same time on kill trigger, like Rampage and Kill Clip on the Kindle Orchid, you know, a regular instance. But with something like Target Lock and maybe you know, what did I say, Rampage, you know, that sounds good. You're not gonna proc it on a single target boss, but if it's a mob of ads all around, you know, you can shift target to target, you know, or Golden Tricorn and Target Lock. But nonetheless, as you can say, I like Target Lock and on the Lodbrok. And then we have the Messenger Adept. We have Heating Up, Celerity. Really glad that I kept a Celerity roll. this is a perfect instance of something coming out weak and then getting better over time, because Celerity was scoffed at the beginning, but it definitely amped up. And Headseeker as well, now that I mention it. Because Headseeker on this thing, man, I know No Time to Explain is like the go-to, but if you do have a Headseeker messenger, I advise you to give it a spin. You would be surprised how much you can slap in a lobby with that. And Celerity just makes it feel like just oh so fluid. We got Zalui's Bane, Incandescent Explosive Payload, of course, Baby Sunshot. You know, he had to go for that combo, but this thing can get so many good combos. A really cool interaction is if you're on the Titan, you can use Kefri's Horn, right? Where solar damage kills, right? Solar damage kills. So anything solar recharges your barricade, right? You can use this, and of course Incandescent would work, but you can also use Demolitionist and Pugilist on this. And of course it's craftable, so you can get enhanced. So you can see where you're going with that loop. With every kill with the weapon, you're gonna get grenade energy, melee energy, and you're gonna get rift energy because of Kefri's. Really cool interaction with that. You got the long arm. This thing right here, man, I can't wait. This is like the pioneer of this, you know, baby DMT, but I can't wait to see this more archetypes, and especially in the kinetic status too. I really like the fact that it's hip fireable. The amount of mobility that you get and the amount of damage it does, it feels really good to use. But compulsive reloader, I slept on this perk until I got this combo, and this is my favorite combination. For a future though, I would really love to see an offhand strike. Oh, what was that perk, yo? Cascade Point. I would really love to see an offhand strike Cascade Point combination. I think that would be really fun on the long arm type of archetype. You got the Amit. We have Turnabout, Incandescent. You know, I'm a big fan of Turnabout because of shields, and especially with match game going away next season, I think this will be a little bit more viable for my playstyle anyway. Being able to pop shields and still stay mobile and stay in the thicket of it. But Incandescent, Verb perk, love it. Old school BXR battler, man. Demolitionist and Adrenaline Junkie. I do not believe that combination is possible, but I honestly would probably trade this in for a snapshot rangefinder role, especially since they recently nerfed the range on this thing. And I hate that I deleted my old school rangefinder role. I remember thinking to myself too, I was like, oh, there's no way they'll take rangefinder. There's no way they'll take rangefinder off the BXR when it becomes craftable. And man, did I shoot myself in the foot with that one. You got explosive personality. All right, so you got enhanced auto loading and golden tricord. Really love enhanced auto loading. I know enhanced perks are like, on a scale of power creep, I can understand why they don't power creep them too much, but I really like how enhanced auto loading feels as far as a power creep perk. You know what I mean? Like some perks don't feel like they're power crept enough. Enhanced auto loading is an example of what an enhanced perk should be, in my opinion, because it's really like you can tell the difference. But yeah, really good. Golden Tricorn. I really love this thing. I probably will replace it when we get one that can roll with incandescent, but until then. And then we got the Galu. Really good sniper for me, my playstyle. No distractions, snapshot. It's something about these frames, man. This lightweight frame and the snappy scope or something. Like, I feel like I could snipe with that. Other than the 1K stare and the Uzumi. You got the Dark Decider, Auto Rifle, Iron Grip, Dragonfly, Stability Masterwork. Got the Range Works. Yeah, it's okay. Mid tier in my opinion. Definitely need some work on the stats though. You got Midas Reckoning. I was watching Lego Flash. That made me inspired to go and get this thing chased down. So definitely watch his video when it comes to fusion rifles, man. He really knows his stuff about these things. But yeah, backup plan, tap the trigger. Really good. Slept on fusion, in my opinion, for sure. Accelerated coils. It's fun to use for sure. And then you got Shakira's quick draw, celerity, tap the trigger. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Used to be better. Still really good. But yeah. And you got the Hot Pocket. I think this is my OG Hot Pocket too. Kills are what the kills are, right? A little bit impressive, but I like to keep guns that I like to use on the regular. Obviously, I like to keep for like nostalgia's sake or whatnot. We got the Terminus Horizon. Really good in theory and on paper, but the reload speed kills this thing. If you get one, I would say with Volt Shot, I would say get you one with a reload speed masterwork. You got the Bump in the Night, Demolitionist, chill clip. I love this thing, especially when someone's using Galley. But the thing about this is look at that reload speed, right? Like, I mean, look at that reload speed. That's not, look at that reload speed. You got the Typhon, GL5. Of course, we had to lock one of these down, right? Spike nades, demo, explosive, and we got the reload masterwork, just in case we have to reload it manually. So I am ready for Lightfall. The other half. Funnily enough, this combination right here, Flash Counter and Repulsor Brace. Flash Counter, melee blocked immediately after guarding disorients and weakens the attacker. It's actually the void verb version, say that 3 times fast, of weaken. So you can actually proc Repulsor Brace if you pull off Flash Counter. Very cool. Very cool. And also, if you were using something like Collective Obligation, you could do Flash Counter, pull out Collective O, and get the weaken if you're not on a Void subclass. But I love little nuances and intricacies like that because that opens up more doors for build crafting, or it allows you to synergize with your teammates. Let's see. We have the Fire and Forget, Headstone chill clip. I love the double verb perk combination right there. You know, being able to create a crystal and also being able to apply slow. It's really cool. And I think, what does it deal with? Overloads next season, I believe. And then we got the fixed odds, field prep incandescent. Yeah. I thought I modeled this thing after, you know what this looks like to me? It looks like Super Good Advice. That's what this thing looks like. And I thought this was the shader for Super Good Advice, but the more I look at it, it just looks like a Happy Meal or something Ronald would pull up with to a Nightfall. You got Reed's Regurt. This one has auto loading and fire line instead of the surplus one. So for those instances where you just want to keep swapping. One more thing about me too, I am quite lazy as it was when it comes to DPS phases. If I can ever get auto loading on all 3 of my weapons, I will. I do not like reloading during something like War Priest. You got Hero of the Ages, really like Unrelenting on a sword. It is definitely viable, especially in like harder content because swords can chop through the mobs real quickly. So Unrelenting is a really good perk of mine. Not of mine, but one that I like to use. You know what I'm saying. And then we got Razor's Edge with the Wellspring and Thresh, primarily because it's void, but with that double utility combo, I love seeing things like this. And also using this on something like Nezarec Sin allows for quite the ability regeneration. So yeah, and that is all the weapons on my Titan. So let's switch over to the Lockski, and then we'll go through the vaults, and then we'll go from there. So yeah, man, a lot of the looking forward to a lot of the stuff that's coming, man. I think one of the main thing though is like making builds, because of the way they're streamlining the mod system. Sharing builds with everyone is going to be so much easier. Just the amount of like, because like I don't envy being a dev at all, because I would imagine if it is easy to do something right, you would do it. That being said, the way the old mod system was, and the fact that they didn't drop from activities that encourage you to play them, right? Like you couldn't get a quick charge or something from a GM. That would have been awesome if you could have got mods to drop from in-game content, right? Because it creates a funnel for other people to want to play those activities that come in later in the game. I'm not talking about people like us, you know, like me and everyone else who plays like regularly every season, devours the content, right, and then fiending for more. I'm talking about the people that just come in the middle of a season or something and want to do a build, but they can't because they don't have burning cells or something like that, and then you gotta wait on Ada, right? So like I said, I definitely don't envy the devs, because if it was easy to do that, I'm sure they would have did something like that, right? You know, so I'm glad that the approach that they're taking with mods in the future and the way they constructed the whole armor setup and how they're unlocking the affinity, that's going to allow for so many other people to experiment. And I know there's a lot of creative minds in the community that will come up with amazing builds. And with it being such a streamlined system, everybody's going to be able to share them and stuff, right? So I'm really hyped for that part of the future for sure, man. Like, because I love making builds and playing the game in so many different ways. You have your, of course, meta builds, right? Because they're most effective tools available. But you also have some weird, wonky stuff and setups that when you see them played, you're like, God, yo, what is he doing? Well, you see a Titan come around the corner with a bonk hammer, and he just, you know what I'm saying, he got a tractor key, and he just start throwing the hammer, and the next thing you know, the health is half gone. Like, that's exhilarating, right? It's different from the usual meta that you tied to because you just want to farm it for efficiency. Nothing wrong with that, but I am saying from an entertainment value, right? You want to have those weird wonky builds that when you want to play something weird and wonky just to have fun, you got that option. And the way that they're streamlining everything, I'm almost 100% sure that more creative minds will get in the scene. You'll see stuff that no one has even thought of. I mean, imagine the builds right now that we can use, but because they're not mainstream or not known, they're not used. You see what I mean? And it's probably because some of those people that would make those builds don't have access to those mods. So yeah, full circle, I'm excited for how they're gonna do everything and how the whole mod system is gonna broaden the scope. Not to mention, we're gonna get access to some new aspects and fragments. Well, they didn't say aspects, but I'm assuming we're gonna get more aspects. We know we're gonna get fragments. Was it the new fire sprites and stuff like that? That's cool. I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna miss the way some of the stuff works now because of familiarity, right? You know, like some of the builds that we can do now. An example is the stasis build I love doing. To me, the behemoth build is so underrated because behemoth allows you to create a stasis crystal, and if you're set up properly, like powerful friends and charged with light and stasis, right? You can basically become charged with light and be a battery and charge your whole fire team charged with light for free right now with Behemoth Titan. And you just never really see that anywhere. But I'm pretty sure you won't be able to do it the exact same way, especially since the way armor charges are going and they deprecate over time. But that's a whole nother story. But the whole new landscape of what we will be able to do is definitely exciting. And like I said, I just can't wait to experiment and see what everybody else comes up with. So thank you for joining the tangent. Let's get back to the whole scope. Let's start off with the drip again on the Warlock. You see that Elemental Master drip though. Ooh, he hit it hard. I was looking for something to go with Strand, but couldn't find anything in particular. I guess if I do find anything, I'll replace it with the Bond. But as you see, we got the Void helmet. You know what I'm talking about? We got the Ice gauntlets. We got the Arc cloak. We got the Fire boots. And like I said, if I could replace the Bond, I would go with a Strand element. But I went with Solar since you can barely see some of the flames on the boots. But yeah, man, as you can tell, I love the whole elemental affinity vibe. And if they ever do like the anime-esque, man, just imagine, right? But yeah, Aegir Scepter. Funnily enough, this was my most used weapon this season. I mean, over the year, whatever. You know, they sent out the whole little email showcasing what everybody had and whatnot as far as their weapon was. But yeah, this was definitely one of mine. Aegir's. I can't remember the other two. I'll look it up in a second. Okay, this is the other Riptide I got. Auto loading. You have the accelerated coils with the quick masterwork and chill clip. Auto loading. But also Demo and Thresh, man. Like, I couldn't ask for more. I would have loved for this column to be gas, but hey, I'm not complaining at all. But mainly, it just spits out really quick, right? You know, spits out quickly, chill clip, gonna be ready for the anti-champions. My personal favorite hand cannon, Ias Luna. Moving target, rangefinder, high cal. Yeah. I think the problem with hand cannons now, though, is like we're in a time in the meta right now where there's a lot of good viable options, but because there's a lot of good viable options that compete in the same space, nothing really shines outside of its space. So I think what would be a good change is for damage fall off on some weapons to be adjusted, not to increase the range on everything per se, but to have intense damage fall off on some things and have lenient damage fall off on others, right? Like, I think hand cannon should have a lenient damage fall off in order to compete with something like a pulse. And I think a pulse should have, I don't want to say harsh, but they definitely should lean a little bit less from medium, you know? Just because, like, I think if you're a good hand cannon shot, you shouldn't lose to a pulse rifle just because it's a pulse rifle in their optimum range, right? Like, positioning and stuff does matter, but also, like, it should be something said to with someone with a good steady hand, and there's just a lot of moving factors when it comes to competing, and when everything is confined in its space, nothing can compete outside of its space. You know what I mean? And what that does, in my mind, is create a structure to where it's like an unspoken rule to where everyone knows what they can and cannot win, so no one does challenge, and that just creates a duller environment versus if you have the unpredictability, but you know that your skill can allow you to win the gunfight, then you would take chances. You know what I mean? Versus it's like, oh, this is an unwinnable situation. You basically are starting to give up, and then it's just, you know what I mean? It snowballs from there. I like the option of having the option to be able to fight back if you have enough tools on you and stuff. But like I said, it's a lot of moving factors and whatnot. But that's just a tangent that I just have. But yeah, moving target, rangefinder. I just love this thing. The Ice Luna, hands down, my favorite hand cannon. You got Stay Frosty. This is my first one that I acquired. Pretty good. Love the chamber compensator on this one, but the max range on the Hunter one definitely gives BXR a run for its money. And I'm looking forward to this thing coming back when Grandma pulls back up next dawning, because I'm definitely gonna probably chase a better role. The Lodbrock Chad. This was the first one I got with target lock, and yeah, I love it, man. This is my baby right here. Perpetual motion, target lock. Get you one of these right here. All this stuff right here don't matter. This helps, you know what I'm saying? But get this combo here, target lock and perpetual motion. If you're an auto rifle fan, get back to me. Like I said, this is the Heihachi version of the half dan. This is this is the one that threw the half dan in the volcano at the beginning of D1 D2. And Last Breath. This was my favorite auto rifle before the Lodbrock came, primarily because of its aesthetic. I've always loved the Trials of the Nons weapons, but also the combination Demolitionist and Frenzy is a really good combo. Demo, of course, reloads, and I love nade spamming, but also with Frenzy, you get a damage proc for passively just playing. Frenzy was busted when it first came out, man, because I think it did like 20% damage, so they had to nerf it, but 15% is still good. Definitely looking forward to using this thing again, especially with the surges coming. And what's this? Oh, I got this one last night. So Demolitionist Cascade Point, for the memes, really, but Cascade Point, I'm interested in seeing how decent this will do in PvP. So my thought process is to use something like Divinity. To proc Cascade Point and then swap over and just like start hip fire spamming. But yeah, we got the Judgment of Kel'Garath. Big Glaive fan as well. Really love how they're like a pseudo shotgun. You know what I mean? Like they have a long range, but they hit hard like a shotty. So if you blint somebody, Glaives are a really good option. They were extremely busted when they first came out, and yeah, I'm glad they reined them in a little bit. Yeah, but pretty much love it. Overflow Incandescent. Love the verb perk on this thing. So glad they finally added a. This made me retire my Lubrays. Everyone knows the Velas X, right? You got the Path of Least Resistance. I crafted mine with adaptive munitions, Volt Shot, another trace rifle. Love the verb perks. You have a Last Dance. If you still have time and you have nothing to do, grab you one of these, because I'm pretty sure everyone knows how pretty decent sidearms are. This Last Dance slaps. That's all I gotta say. If you got a Last Dance, a Last Hope, whatever, this thing slaps. Moving target, tap the trigger, but I believe you can get a better roll. I think Rangefinder or something like that can roll on this. But yeah, really good, and I believe it can drop from Dares of Eternity. You got the Hollow Words. Not as good as main ingredient, but I like it. Vorpal Weapon, Unrelenting. That's pretty much why I like it, for those streaks. Not that you go on streaks for a long time, but you know, Unrelenting on a special weapon, I definitely think is I won't say underrated. I just think that it's not on enough weapons for it to get credit. So, but Unrelenting on something like a shotgun, you know, in sixes, and you just mapping fools. Yeah, I do hope in the future though that they give us some way to allow us to do some sort of scavenger in PvP, man. I really do. Retail Tail, really love this thing. The only thing weak is the masterwork. But other than that, full choke, accurize, got the whole quick draw snapshot combo. Really love this thing. Had it since a long time ago. You got this. I think this one was my best version of Exalted Truth from farming weekend. What is that, max range? I think there's another perk I'm missing, right? I can't remember, but Eye to Storm, Rangefinder, Accurize, Full Bore, Range Masterwork, pretty good. I like it. I still like Pally better though. I don't know if it's the frame or what, or how Pally sounds, but or it feels. But Pally, in my opinion, is still slightly better. But it's not it's not the crap on Exalted. Exalted is still pretty good. Then we got Borrowed Time, Rangefinder, Wellspring. This one is actually pretty slept on. I'm seeing Aikilos hit the rounds, and I'm not saying that this is on Aikilos' level, but this thing has been in the Gambit for a minute, and with Rangefinder, I will tell you that this thing was slapping for a minute. So if you do want to try something and you're bored of using Aikilos, check and see if you got a good Borrowed Time, because you'll be surprised how this thing puts in work. And then from there, the Manticore. Yo, the Manticore has grown on me, yo. I ain't even gonna lie. I was using this thing just to get the catalyst done before the season ended, so I get the bonus rep or whatever it is. And I was surprised how good Manti was doing. I'm not even gonna lie. Sail Spot Pitch Glass. Linear fusions are normally known for DPS, but I'm telling you, this is a really good ad clear one, dude. Really good with Volt Shot. I don't know if it's because it's a linear and it does higher jolt damage, but yeah, you just clear mobs with this thing. Corrective Measure. Love this combination. Demolitionist, Thresh, Warlock. This is why I say I'm a Warlock, because of Nezarec Sin. But even without Nezarec Sin, this is just a really good LMG. Love it. Hate I don't have the Adept version, but it wouldn't do anything too much for me. Maybe if they remaster Vogue, I'll revisit it. Crop Mutiny, another weapon that has grown on me. I crapped on this thing when it first came out because I did not like the trajectory of the cannonball and everything. And I think I was a little bit sour because it was a ritual weapon. And I was like, oh, wow, big GL. Why couldn't it be a blah, 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 blah. But after using it and having to do some challenges with it, this thing has grown on me, man. It's a GL that does incandescent. And it has Vorpal. GLs are getting a 20% buff next season, and it has Swashbuckler. So if you're using something like the Baby Hammer or throwing knives on the Hunter, give this thing a shot again. And if you don't like incandescent, you can go with Demo. But in my opinion, incandescent is slightly better. I do wish, though, that I could change the trajectory or something on this. Not trajectory, the velocity on it, because that is a pain point. But once you get used to the curve of it, it's really good. I do like just how everything just gets nuked with that. The Cataclysmic, of course, 4 times a charm, bait and switch, nothing too special. Tomorrow's Answer. Glad I kept one of these as a Vault Hoarder. Field Prep Clown Cartridge. Field Prep keeps more in the reloads faster, but also gives me more reserves, and then Clown Cartridge. And we also have Alloy Casting, so it reloads like stupid fast. Good for when it's Void Burn. Code Duello, nothing too special. Auto loading, lasting impression. I use this thing when I use Divinity most of the time during damage phases, with Font of Might on Solar, so helps there. Half Truce, same story, probably because of Thresh and Eager's Edge, or I just am too lazy to craft the OG one. But yeah, big fan of Thresh, as you can see. The Avalanche, lucked out with this one, man. Grandma really blessed your boy. I got auto loading, and I got my option between incandescent or cascade point, which was exactly what I was chasing. But I'm glad I got this one, because this one can basically retire my my fixed odds because of the reloading factor. And then last but not least, we have a Storm Chaser with auto loading and a Frenzy. So for the solo, that way when I don't use teammates. Alrighty, and let's go into the vault. Oh man. Woo! As you see, 599. Oh my god, bro, I'm a hoarder. Oh man. But you know what? It's a good thing, because what that means is we're prepared for next season. Now, we're not prepared to get any new loot. But we prepared for whenever the meta shift. We gonna be in there with like a bundle. We just be holding a handful of weapons. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go on a deleting spree once the season drops, but for now we're gonna refrain from deleting anything too drastic. So let's start. Oh my god. Whew. Redrick's Claymore, man. So glad I grinded this thing back in the day, man. This is a memory piece. This is basically a trophy in the vault. Every time I look at this thing, I think of all the laughs and the fun I had with all my teammates that I still pretty much play with to this day. Yeah, just a fun time, man. It was definitely a different meta, and it's amazing to really just see how, like I was saying earlier, right? Sing a song and you'll be surprised how it echoes, man. This is what I think of every time, right? the Warmind season. You know what I'm saying? Season of the Warmind, right? All the way to here. We're getting ready to ride into season 20. So, yeah. Yeah, man. Stepping stones in order to get where you at. We got the Chattering Bone, opening shot, Rampage. Not gonna lie, this one might catch an axe. Just power crap, and I don't use it that much anymore. It's lightweight frame, but this one in particular, I've kept it, I guess, because of anti-pulse, but as the time has grown on, I have got more pulses to replace that. Transfiguration. So lucky that we got this roll right here. One of the only rolls that isn't Sunset that can get this roll. I think it is the only roll. It might be another Last Wish weapon that can get this combo. But Rampage, Kill Clip, and we got the Drop Mag. Still can get this today, so if you're doing Last Wish, definitely get your hands on this. We got the Toil and Trouble, Slide Shot, Snapshot, Accurized Rounds, got the Full Choke or the Rifle Barrel, and the Range Masterwork. Not gonna lie, I took this thing for a spin after the shotgun changes, and I wouldn't take it into trials, but I mean, this isn't a bad option for competitive. No, I wouldn't say competitive, but for like, if you want to take it into competitive, I could see you popping off. I wouldn't be surprised if someone did pop off with it. Better Devils. Honestly, I would not mind if they brought this back in the Crucible for a random roll drop, especially with like 12 perk combinations. And before you jump down my throat, let me spit you back out. No, with the 12 perk combinations, the way that they have recently done the vendors, man, all you got to do is reset a few times over a season. Listen to Shax. All you got to do is reset for a few times over a season, and the chances of you getting a good roll are highly possible. How many of you have gotten a really good roll on prolonged engagement, right, this season? Yeah, So, yeah, rangefinder and explosive payload. I hate I didn't keep one with accurized rounds, but yeah, pretty okay. Not too bad. Definitely power crap, but I wouldn't mind if this thing came back. Then we got the Roderick's Broadsword when they actually brought it back to back, you know. Like I said, Desperado is a shell of itself, so I'm pretty much just keeping it just because I'm hoping they rebuff Desperado one day, but I wouldn't be surprised if they ever do. I actually don't expect them to, but just in case they ever do, right? Then we got the Warden's Law. I understand why they never revisited this archetype, but I did like this archetype, and this frame is sexy, man, on this 120. Like, out of all the 120s in the game, this is definitely up there as far as like one of the sexiest ones. But yeah, Feeding Frenzy, Kill Clip, I still take it for a spin once in a while for the memes. It's definitely not reliable. And then Zen Moment, moving target. I really love when hand cannons can roll with Zen Moment because it's like training wheels. So yeah, decided to keep both of those. Bite of the Fox coming back in Iron Banner this season. I would expect for them to have this combo. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't. And if it has Snapshot, Opening Shot, I probably will replace this one. But yeah, I like this roll in particular. I wish I could change the sights though, because I forgot what they call that sight. What is it, a chevron sight? I can't remember, but it messes with my brain when I'm sniping with it, basically, though. I like the dots. Or if anyone remembers the OG silicone aroma sight, oh man, I fell in love with that sight, bro. But they changed it for some reason, and yeah, I definitely think that's a missed opportunity, not being able to like visually alter your sights. Criminal's Dagger, moving target, time payload, steady rounds. 120s are falling out of favor, man, and I don't know what they could do to bring them back up. Like I said, maybe less severe damage drop off. We got the Sperations, Overflow, explosive payload. Used to love this thing back in the day. Rapid hit Rampage, back when Rampage used to smack for a significant amount of damage. I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but I remember they were greater than they are now. We got the Night Watch, of course, the infamous one. You pretty much should have been a ritual weapon Night Watch. I ain't gonna lie to you. As much as people as use you. We got the Lonesome. I can see me deleting this one sometime in the near future, simply because of full auto and demo. I think this thing has gotten power creep. It's still a really good weapon, like as far as feels go, but yeah, it has definitely withered over time. Full auto has become a feature now, and with Kill Clip getting a lesser damage buff, yeah, I can see this one getting faded. OG Ostringer. The reason I keep this one is because I think one of these you can't get now. I think it's accurized rounds, right? Because you can get Rico rounds. Yeah. You can't get accurized rounds on the Austringer. So I kept this one, but this was also the last Austringer that I ever farmed in Menagerie with my teammates. Galren's right hand, man. Before Lodbrok came, this was my favorite 360. I was about to say 120. This was my favorite 360 auto rifle. But Zen Moment, Demolitionist. I still take this thing for a spin. And Zen Moment on a slow firing rate auto rifle, it is just, it's like training wheels on an airplane, man. You done. Overflow Demo. This was when I really started getting into build crafting, and I used this with Nezarec Sin and an Epicurean that had Demolitionist because it was void, but basically had my nades up, oh man, non-stop back in the Crown of Sorrow days. But I love this combo, and I would really like it if they revisited curated roles for particular activities, right? It was to basically encourage you to run an activity a certain way or come in there with a key to get the loot or something, you know? Like just a specific role that you can't normally acquire, even if you can craft the weapon would be nice. Sacred Providence, pretty good weapon. Rapid hit, kill clip. Always love the aesthetics on these, man. Always love the aesthetics of the GOS weapons. When they remastered them, I think they're gonna be popping. Tunnel Vision kill clip on the Loud Lullaby. Probably gonna sunset this one. Probably gonna retire and delete this one because of in the trailer I'm seeing its counterpart and it looks like it's Strand, and from what I can tell it does have Golden Tricorn. So Golden Tricorn on a Strand 120, you'll definitely see me using this thing a lot. And it sounds almost exactly like Loud Lullaby from the trailers I've seen too. So that might be the last time you see that Loud Lullaby. Braytech Werewolf, pretty good combo actually. This was one of the old Braytechs when it first came out, but unrelenting on an auto rifle and under pressure. Decent 450, not gonna lie. Got the ISO, Snapshot, Vorpal. It's okay. I normally use this one particular for PvP. But then again, this is coming from a person that probably can't snipe a can of beans. So, Astral Horizon. Woof. That's right. This one's coming back. That's what was coming back. We got an auto rifle. We got a SMG called the Immortal, which I think is in a kinetic slot. It might be in an energy slot now that I'm thinking about it, because the Astral Horizon's coming back too. So definitely interested to see what the combination of perks the Astral is going to come back with. So we'll probably go through and delete these in the future. But yeah, really like this. I think now in this meta though, I need accurized rounds because I took it for another spin and it just feels like it fell short. I don't know if it's the stat package or what, but looking forward to chasing the adept version so I can slap some adept mods on it. But on the flip side though, this PvE version, woof! I can't wait for the overcharge and the surge stuff, man, because that means kinetic weapons are going to get that boost. But trench barrel on the shotgun now is nasty. And the funny thing is trench barrel and dual loader actually synergizes together, because with trench barrel it increases your damage, handling, and reload speed for a short duration, but dual loader also slows down your reload speed when you put 2 shells in. So it's a pretty cool combination that actually works together pretty well, especially if you're doing something like a shoulder charge build. You have slide shot, 1-2 punch, basically for the PvE builds that I normally do with 1-2 punch, double up on shotguns like that. Auto loading swashbuckler, same thought process. Slap on 2 auto loading weapons with swashbuckler and just go create mayhem. Pretty much, I think I got a Xeno class with auto loading swashbuckler, and paired with the Captain Titan Falcon build and a tractor cannon, it is really fun. I actually loved using that setup in Gambit. I might showcase that. Dire Promise. This is another really good hand cannon that feels extremely well to use. But max stability on this one, I believe, because I got steady hand, Rico rounds, and the stability masterwork. So we're sitting at a nice 77. And then with snapshot rangefinder, of course, rangefinder has weakened over time, but still pretty good. And every time I use this one, love it. Of course, I had to go with the wood grain camo. What does the Correa Black look like? Oh, it actually looks a little bit more natural. Oh, it looks a little bit more Wild Wild Western. But I do still like that esque. Something about that wood grain, man. I call that thing the can opener, because every time you reload, it's like you opening a can of beans or something. And then we got another dire, rangefinder, opening shot, high cal, steady hand. Some of these you might not see again. I'm thinking of deleting some of these because I actually haven't used them in a season or two. So Overflow Swashbuckler. Probably won't delete this one because it's kinetic hand cannon with swash. So until I get a good replacement, but I actually like using this one in PvE. Overflow and ECAP. This one I probably will keep as well because of the amount of stability. Yeah, that's right. I got steady hand, Rico rounds, stability masterwork, and with ECAP, and I'm on the void subclass, so it actually demonstrates it. 97 stability on this thing. Just oof. It's nasty. Only thing I'm missing is I think under pressure can roll here, so it's the only thing that would have really min-maxed that thing out. Enigma's Draw. Haven't used this thing in ages, but the last time I do remember using it, it was good. But that was before full auto became a feature, so we may give it a spin and we might delete it soon. I'm gonna go ahead and unlock it now. But rapid hit, full auto, feels really good as far as sidearms were. True Prophecy, almost max range roll. Really like this one though, as far as hand cannons go. Something about this Better Devil's model. I've always loved these hand cannons. But rangefinder, E payload, accurized rounds, true sight, crossfire, handling masterwork, pretty good all around. Then the overflow demo, often time and time again, I used to come back to this role a lot. I've gotten some more hand cannons over time, but back in the day, this was one of my go-tos, man. Especially when I was using Divinity, and whenever hand cannons became unstoppable in the artifact, it was always something I used to love using. But that combo with steady rounds, woof, love it. And then we got overflow e-payload on this one. I think I kept this. Yeah, I kept this one because of fast draw. I think out of all the sites, fast draw is my favorite one to utilize on that frame. And then overflow rampage, which, oh man, I used to love popping off with this one back in the day when 120s were meta, bro. Woo! Used to two-tap city, baby. Oh man. And then we got escape velocity. Pretty good overall. Overflow Vorpal for that extra 20%. Ooh, I wonder how 20% weapons. I wonder how Vorpal kinetics are gonna shine next season with surges. That's a good question, huh? All right, we got biting winds, moving target, swash. I think you can one tap with the swashbuckler bow on precision frame. If I memory serves me correctly, I could be incorrect, but yeah. Of course, we got the heritage craftable. I'm lazy on this one right now. It's only on level 5, but of course we want to amp that up a little bit. This heritage, I'm on the borderline about deleting this because it has thresh, but I do not see me really utilizing this slug in the future, so this may be the last time you guys see this one. We got a succession. Of course, we're going for the reconstruction Vorpal roll. Same thing. Been lazy on it ever since. Steady hand. Really glad I sought this roll right here. And if 120s ever become meta again, I'm going to be using this one a lot. Zen Moment. Iron Grip. Got the Rico rounds and the stability masterwork. We just did not get the steady hand here. But man, when I tell you this thing is stable. Now, it's taken us 4.5 years to reload. So every leap year, we got to put in a new clip. But man, this thing is so stable. We got the steady hand again with snapshot moving target. Pretty good. I love moving target on my hand cannons. It allows me to feel fluid when engaging with those hippity-hoppity grass hunters. Another steady hand, Swashbucky. I think Swashbuckler is enough reason to keep this hand cannon still. Even though I haven't used it since I got it. Push comes to shove. I still think I would choose something else to delete before that. And this one right here, Killing Wind and Iron Gaze. Now, it does really severely nerf the range on the stat bar, but I'm telling you, man, the amount of target acquisition you get, it feels like you are aimbotting when you're popping off with this hand cannon. Now, you got to be in range, but if you're in that range, it is so sticky. It's insane. If you have an Iron Gaze steady hand, I suggest just giving it a shot. But the cool thing that made me want to keep it was when I got the combo with Killing Wind as well. So you get on the roll, you're moving quick with a 120, right? But you're also pushing out that range slightly, even though Iron Gaze is crippling it. So I had fun when I used it. And then we got the Eye of Soul Adept, the only one I've ever gotten. I think if I would have gotten a better roll, I would have loved this one more. But I don't know if it's the sight or what, but it just doesn't. The way I describe sniping to me is like it gotta feel like your trigger finger, right? If it doesn't feel like you can think about the shot, then it's not a sniper that synergizes with me. If I don't even have to think about it, if I can just feel like trigger finger pop, you know what I'm saying? That's by the time I'm thinking about pop, the shot is going off, and if the opponent is down and I see the headshot, it's a good sniper to me. That's why I really love the zoomy frames and the gallows and whatnot. But that being said, it's still a really good sniper. It's just not the one for me. But yeah, got an okay one. Out of the two though, I really like Celerity for the handling still. This is the Hawk mode I have, but man, it was at a different time, and I settled for this one. And now I wish I would have gotten a different barrel. I wish I would have chased a better barrel. It's good, but I can see why when I lose a gunfight that this barrel is more than likely the reason why. But yeah, the day that Zerva brings one back, or I can craft it. We got the False Promises. I always had high hopes for this one, but just never shine. I might actually get rid of these in the near future, but pretty cool combo though. Dynamic sways in moments, you know, really sticky when you pinpoint target. Also unrelenting, so when you're dealing with like trash, it's pretty good. But we'll see. All the rifles are in the artifact mod again, so we may give it a test, we might not. False Promises, Overflow Rampage, really good with a trace rifle, ironically, because with trace rifles, you know, they're special like auto rifles pretty much. So with a trace rifle, I actually do like the synergy that this thing provides. If we ever get a trace rifle with overflow, I'll probably use this thing a lot more with that combo. Whispering Slab, Killing Wind demo. I've used this thing a lot, almost every time that bows come into the artifact mod and I need to use it for whatever reason. Unrelenting is another good combo for it. God, that's only page 1. We got Cold Denial, Zenmo, Eye to Storm, also Swashbuckler. I like using it on short maps. It's okay actually, because remember it's still a 340 slow fire, so you can still 2-burst if you're very accurate with your fire. But not bad at all actually. The zoom could be better, but I can see why. I like when they do weird things like that because it puts it in a weird space, right, to where it can compete, but at the same time it has its own function, if you know what I mean. It fits in a niche, pretty much is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, Zenmo, Unrelenting, or Multi-Kill Clip. It's actually really good in PvE. You got Killing Wind on this one, and Unrelenting and Multi-Kill Clip. One of these actually might go. I have to go back and look at the stat package of everything again and analyze it before I choose one to delete. Dynamic Sway, Iron Grip. Really like this combo here for the stability, especially when playing on controller. And you got the range masterwork. This one right here, Feeding Frenzy, Multi-Kill Clip. 600 AR. Nothing too out of the ordinary. We got 4 times the charm, tap the trigger. Really enjoyed using this thing a lot when anti-barrier auto rifle was in the mag, in the artifact. But yeah, well, a couple of these might have to go. I've seen some auto rifles in the new trailers that have piqued my interest so far. You have another forward path, Dynamic Sway, Eye of the Storm. This one though, I may keep, simply because Eye of the Storm on an auto rifle and Dynamic Sway, I'm thinking this thing will be a laser beam. And then this one, of course, we're probably going to keep because of the synergy right here. Tap the trigger for the front end, Dynamic Sway on the back end, and you got the Stability Masterwork. So out of all of these, probably the tap the trigger 4 times may go. And depending on what that new auto rifle come Season of Defiance, we'll figure out. Because the Season of Defiance auto rifle, from what I've seen, is a strand auto rifle. It's an adaptive 600. And it was something else that I noticed that piqued my interest. It looks like it comes from the Season of Defiance loot, so it should be craftable. It was strand, and I think it had a perk called Hatchling on it. But yeah, that already had me zoomed in and piqued the interest. We got an Extraordinary Rendition, Overflow, Frenzy, or Multi-Kill Clip. This one right here, OFA or Rampage. Pretty good. I might delete this one in the future though. See, I'm always torn between One for All and Frenzy, because like and this is where I wish I could combine or change the perks and have them on the same weapon, because I would definitely get rid of Rampage and put Frenzy here and just keep this one in particular. But like for GMs, One for All almost all day, and then for like regular low tier average content, like Frenzy, I really like Frenzy better because it's more likely to proc on something like totems where I don't have to do anything in particular, right? But yeah, I'm always torn between those two and deleting weapons. Messenger, Zenmo, kill clip, nothing too crazy. Yeah, Zenmo and kill clip. Same thing. Stats for all, one for all. But I did get the trifecta of armor piercing rounds. If you ever get the stats for all, one for all combo, look and see if your weapon can also roll with armor piercing rounds. That way, when targets line up, you can proc it with shorter bursts. You know what I mean? And this one, rapid hit, one for all. So when I don't have 3 targets, but you just want to peg the same target just to get that quick reload. Although, I think this thing has maybe worn its welcome since I have the stats for all one. Outlaw Desperado. Like I said, keeping it for nostalgia's sake, but pretty much I might have to go ahead and delete this one. I've already unlocked it too. So Desperado is just a shell of its former self, man. Moving target frenzy. This looks like I got both of them on this weapon, so perfect. Yeah, frenzy. If you're an aggressive player, or especially with the new tech that we have nowadays with overshields and being able to heal, frenzy is actually a really good perk in PvP and like 6s, even in 3s. Like, you don't think it would be proc like that, but once you get into those peaking battles, it's up more often than you would suspect. And this one right here, heating up frenzy, you know, just a adept roll. So Time Worn Spire, I've always wanted this one to be good, but maybe I've just gotten a bad roll. But yeah, I might delete this one now that we have yeah, I think we will go ahead and delete this one now that we got what's my pulse rifle called? Peace of Mind, as it's craftable. We got the multi-mock SMG, dynamic sway, unrelenting. We got another multi-mock with killing wind and kill clip. And then we got the subsistence and one for all roll for the PvE fans. DMT, Vorpal, nothing too much special there. Then we got our plethora of chroma rushes, subsistence, kill clip. Pretty good. I haven't used it since kill clip has gotten nerfed recently, but I did use it briefly before it got nerfed in PvP, and oh man, when you get a kill clip up, it's oh man, it's a monster on 720s. Heating up Thresh. That's right. I think I kept this one because the recoil was a good 5. Yeah, it ended in 5 with arrowhead break. And then with heating up, it just makes it a laser. Moving target, tap the trigger. Tap the trigger. Golly. Moving target on Chroma Rush. Max range on this one in particular, though. And with tap the trigger, it's just a beam. And then you have moving target for the extra small little bit of aim assist. So, Chroma Rush, Subsistence, Wellspring. You know what? I think we will delete this one. Because as good as a perk Wellspring is, it does need to get like a 1 to 2% buff, in my opinion, in order to be viable. You know what I mean? So we'll go ahead and get rid of this one right here. Moving target, Rampage, or tap the trigger on this one. I'm gonna unlock it, and if I need room in the future, this may be one I go to delete. We got Ignition Code, Slide Shot, Frenzy, Blinded Nades, ooh, and Concussion. And our other ignition code with Slide Shot Thresh. I don't even have to say nothing. Y'all know how I feel about Thresh by now, or you should. You know what I'm saying? You should know how I feel by now. But this is really good, and I have not been able to obtain this role on an adept role, which is why I have this one in particular. But Thresh and Frenzy, man, you're getting ability energy, and you're getting a damage buff. Not ability energy, but you're getting super energy. Yeah, sign me up. Explosive Payload Thresh. I kept this one because, in theory, if I got an adept roll right, look at all this. Look at that. You know what that means? I could have 100 stability, but my RNG did not allow me to get an adept roll. So until then, we're going to have to hold on to this one. Maybe if they remaster Vogue, I'll go back and experiment some more. All right. And so for this one, we have, I think this was the best one I was able to use competitively. Yeah, that's right. Because small bore, accurized rounds, range. It's just something about this particular role that when I use it in PvP, it feels better than all the other ones. So that's why that one's still sitting there. And then, of course, we got our Adept counterparts, Explosive Frenzy or Killing Wind. It's just not min-maxed. It's Adept, but it's not min-maxed or time lost, if you want to be 100% correct. Thresh Firefly. This is my most recent Fatebringer that I obtained. But yeah, Thresh and Firefly together, chef's kiss. Couldn't have asked for more. Really good, just an average all-around gameplay. This was my close to max range roll. All I was missing was the masterwork, but full bore, accurize, and then you got tunnel vision, kill clip. Love that synergy there. As much as I don't like tunnel vision, when you get a combo like that, I feel obligated to at least keep it for a while. And then you have this beautiful combo right here, Osmosis and Adrenaline Junkie. I'm curious, but I doubt it will work, the grapple hook. I know it will proc Osmosis, but I wonder if it will proc Adrenaline Junkie, or I wonder if it does any type of damage when you... Ooh, I just thought of, if it does damage, does it do damage in PvE when you pull yourself to somebody? And I'm pretty sure you should be able to, yeah, because you can pull yourself to enemies and with strand grenade on the PvE scale. So I'm pretty sure if you're in a gunfight, you could maybe like strand grapple your enemy or something and like sling yourself to them. Huh. But yeah, interested to see how this works together and with strand. And then we got everyone's favorite recommended, you know, Hammerforge, Accurize rounds, nice masterwork. But we got the Eye of Storm combo. So on paper, it's really great, but in my hands, I'll be scrubbing with it, man. But we keep it because, you know, it's good. Praetor's Revenge, kept because it's the only one. Quick Draw, Firefly, could be better. I really wish I could have gotten a rewind rounds and high impact reserves roll, which would be my perfect roll to obtain. But we'll see, maybe one day, right? Slideways, Iron Reach, missed out on the masterwork, but hey, we'll keep what we got, right? Then we got Slideways Demo. I'm a sucker for Demolitionist, especially when in PvE, because on a weapon like a shotgun, shotguns are actually decent for mages and stuff. The problem is the reload speed, but with Demolitionist, you can circumvent that, obviously. And then Unrelenting on a shotgun. Like I said, definitely underrated, but in theory, really good and fun to use, especially on something like PvE, and you need to stay alive. Hung Jury, OG, Rapid Hit, Explosive Payload, nothing special. You got Surplus Firefly on this one. And then we have a Vulpecula, Explosive Payload on the 180, and Encore. Encore recently got a buff, so this thing actually might be better than when I first obtained it. I will say, though, that the weapon model leaves this gun to be more desired, because when you're using this weapon, some weapon models just get in the way of the weapon when you're using it, and that Vulpecula is definitely one of them. Slide Shot, Trench Barrel, love using this thing. PvE particularly, because Trench Barrel and on Stasis Titan. You got the Peace Bond here, almost max, missed the barrel, but everything else, you know, got the Iron Reach, Rangefinder, Accurize rounds, Range Masterwork. Then we got a Subsistence Headstone. I remember when this thing first came out with Headstone, and man, I was using this like crazy to create shards. Still love using it. Subsistence on it is really good with Headstone. And then Subsistence and Surrounded, and especially since Surrounded spec got folded back into it. So yeah, we might actually see this thing getting used more next season, because that's right, sidearms are in the what is it, anti-barrier next season. So yeah, we actually might see some play on this. Then we got another version of it. This one is the stability version of the high range roll, Iron Reach, Rangefinder, stability masterwork on that one. Rangefinder demo on this one. As you can see, racked up a lot of bodies with this one, but with the Warlock in particular, and using the Osmiomancy build, needless to say, it's really good. And then we got the Subsistence Swashbuckler, the same thing, except for picture this on a Hunter using a Font of Might setup with Stasis and the Shurikens, proccing Swashbuckler. Really fun. Servant Leader. I'm not going to say it's slept on, but I will say that this is a good scout rifle that I don't see a lot of. Just really good, but it comes from Gambit, so I guess I can see why we don't see a lot of it. But yeah, really good though. Really good, man. No Distractions Frenzy for sure, but I think you can get like Shoot the Loot here, and there's some other good combos here, but Shoot the Loot Frenzy I would say would probably be what I would keep for those hard, intense Nightfalls. Judgment, Demolitionist, Osmosis might whip this thing out. come strand. Yeah, I probably will actually. Demolitionist and Osmosis. I'll be able to proc. Oh, so in theory, I should be able to proc the what do they call that? Not the tether, the grapple hook, the grapple strand. That's what I'm gonna name it. So I should be able to proc the grapple strand and reload this thing, and also swap its affinity. So that'll be cool to look forward to. Demolitionist time payload. Really love this combo on this hand cannon. I think the stats though on this hand cannon, man, they need to give like every stat like 5, cause it is yeah, it's just not there, man. It's just not there. Demolitionist multi-kill clip. I do really like this combo though. When you get multi-kill clip rolling, it's really fun, and also demo helps you as far as like getting your grenade energy back when you have high damage stacks, and also those pesky moments when you have to reload and you have a grenade, you can chuck it and keep your chain going too, and then reload later. So yeah, really good combo in my opinion. If I wish these would have been better, but Dynamic Sway Rangefinder, I actually like this combo a lot on this last breath, and it has really high handling. So it's like not the best, but it is fun to take for a spin once in a while. Demo Adrenaline Junkie, really good combo synergistically. Have fun using it from time to time. Demo One for All for the higher end content when you really can't proc a grenade and get the kill for Adrenaline Junkie. I wish I would have got APR, armor piercing rounds here, but this is what it is. I'm not farming that. God, I farmed that cube room, bro. I can hear the music now as I'm thinking about it. Another last breath. Killing Wind and Osmosis. Did I ever get? No, I didn't. So the reason I was farming for so long is because I wanted Demolitionist Osmosis. And it just goes to show you, man, like, depending on the context, crafted weapons are a good thing, and RNG is just not where it's at, bro. Because I've probably farmed days of Prophecy second phase, and I do not look forward to going again. I will say, with them putting the dungeons on a rotation, it did incentivize me to go back in there and try it when I didn't have anything to do. But oh man, yeah, definitely not looking forward to farming anything like that again. Killing Wind Rangefinder, range masterwork, high cal. I wish this would have been a little bit better, but this is actually another fun one to use. There's not many maps where like this combo really spits out, but once you get it going with Killing Wind, man, this thing feels almost like an SMG with like not scout rifle range, but close to let's say pulse rifle range, right? The low pulse rifle archetype. And then you got Subsistence, One for All. Pretty fun on low tier content. You just get it procced and going. It's like a mini Actium war rig sweet business almost, but really fun. Scathe Subsistence, multi-kill clip. This might go. The zoom keeps its value for me. And then we got Heating Up Rampage, super synergistic, but to be honest, I might end up deleting both of these in the future because I haven't used them since I got them. Unrelenting Headstone, really good combination on the IS Luna. Not really much more to say about that. Unrelenting can proc from Headstone kills, and Headstone is just spectacular when you're just making crystals everywhere. Rapid Hit Demo. This was my main PvP IS Luna, especially back in the old meta before they did subclass 3.0s, because with the heal nades, man, you used to be able to charge it, and oh man, I used to love popping off with that one. Rapid Hit Kill Clip. Haven't used it recently, but I would imagine it's still pretty decent. Perpetual Motion, moving target. Now on paper, this thing slaps, but every time I use it, I find it underwhelming. I still feel obligated to keep it, but I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing with it, but feels okay though. It just doesn't feel as good as it sounds on paper. And then Demolitionist Unrelenting. Needless to say, I love this one as much, if not better, than the Unrelenting Headstone roll. This one in particular though, because you're healing, right? And then with Demolitionist, so this one might be one I pop off with in the campaign coming up. And then you got an Unrelenting Kill Clip. This is the damage roll version of it, right? So with the nice little 69 kills. Moving target, Unrelenting. Kept it because it looked good on paper. Haven't really used it ever since I got it. But moving target, I'm a sucker for. So, and then Perpetual Motion, Harmony. Haven't used this thing a lot, but I have a cool combo in mind. I want to use this with the Gambit Sniper or another Harmony weapon, and kind of like loop the harmony together, you know, some type of harmonic symphony, so to speak. Then you got subsistence and harmony, which is a good combo with that a comedian that I was showcasing earlier, right? You use the subsistence on both of those, and then you just keep the energy going. And then we got perpetual motion, open and shot. I have obtained the craftable role of this. I just have not went to craft and go through all the mechanics, so it's pretty much why that's there still. We got the perpetual motion, forensic nightmare. This thing has received some buffs recently, and it's still not like S tier or anything, but it has gotten better, and I really do like this one overall as far as like enhanced thresh weapons go in the kinetic slot. This is a decent one for sure. One of mine. I love using this with Mantle of Battle Harmony on Stasis. And then we got Failed Taradiddle. Same story, just enhanced thresh. May get deleted, but now that I'm thinking about it, I believe bows are in the artifact mod next season, so I'm probably gonna hang on to it. Overflow Fireline Thoughtless may get deleted too, because with Font of Might and Stasis changing, if it changes to where, I'm trying to think, if it changes to where Font of Might, if it changes to where, I don't know, we'll just have to see, because yeah, so many moving factors, right? It depends on a lot of things, how things stack and everything. Perpetual motion, Peace of Mind, perpetual motion, moving target. Haven't used it much since they nerfed the zoom. Kind of wish we had a sliding scale on some zoom factors. I know most people would probably push it to the max, but maybe not everybody, you know. Maybe some zoom people still can't compete or not. I don't know, but it is a shell of its former self, not as good as it used to be. The Herod C, nowhere near as good as the Lobrock C, but definitely good if you were into stasis builds. Yeah, I loved using this one for a while when it first came out during the Val Disciple runs too. This would be my go-to slap on during Caretaker and Rolk, and I had various versions of these, but on Stasis Titan, right? Auto loading, Headstone, and also you have Unrelenting on this thing, Dynamic Sway to steady it out, Stats for All, synergized with Headstone. One of the best quality of life things they did, and hopefully they move it out to all vendors, is making it to where we can get multiple perks on weapons. I can understand if they can't allow us to enhance every weapon at the Enclave and maybe make it an enhanced perk, but doing that for Zavala was great, doing that for Shax was great, doing that for Drifter was great, and if they can move that to everyone in the game, like the planetary vendors, so World Loot can drop with 3 weapons, right? So like Banshee, maybe with Trials, you know what I mean? Like the more people you do that at, the more loot you would want to replay an activity, because there's always a better chance of getting the perfect roll, right? And then that would encourage the devs to make weapons with more perk combinations, because now you have avenues to get more perks, right? That infamous roll that has like 1,000 perk combinations, well, if you can get 3 perks in each slot, that significantly lowers how difficult it is to get it, right? Or increases the availability of what you're looking for. So and plus it'll help with vault space, right? And it's just why my vault's so crowded, is because a lot of these weapons, they're good for certain reasons, but if I could combine them together, then yeah, my vault would be 1/3 of the size it is now probably. But auto-loading Vorpal, definitely use this one a lot with Stasis, Font of Might, Charge with Light, because they stacked on Titan. Just throw a crystal down, break it, boom. You're hitting those Rolk crit spots really hard, and just snapping them off and breaking. I really like that. Heating up, OFA, kept this one because the APR. Might delete this one though. Yeah, I might delete this one now that I'm looking at the roll that I just looked at. What's this? Auto loading. Oh, that's right. This one got 1 for all. The other one had stats for all. Okay. Perpetual Motion Frenzy. Same thought process as the crystals. Just didn't have to think about it too much because of Frenzy. This one right here. Dynamic Sway Demolitionist. Love it with the demo. And Unrelenting on that one. And then you have auto-loading multi-kill clip. So, yeah. All decent Herods, but I kept them all for different reasons. We got a Fortissimo. Surplus opening shot. Accurized rounds. Fluted barrel, handling masterwork. Pretty snappy, but as a slug shotgunner, I'm just not that amazing with shotguns. Yeah, I'm just not that amazing. I could be better, but, you know, a little bit of practice here and there. This is one of the infamous guns I was talking about with the combination of Demolitionist and Wellspring. But, you know, of course, slap that combo together on all 3 of your weapons and just go to town and watch your abilities regen like crazy. 4 times the charm of Vorpal on this one right here. So just in case we need to use slugs for DPS, I have this one in my kinetic. And speaking of which, this is a perfect example of what I was talking about. I was searching for this role that whole season that it came out, wasn't able to get it. Next season, this was the only one that I've ever gotten with this combination, and it's only because I have access to multiple perks, right? Like, I don't even care about the other ones, but this was the one combo I was looking for, and out of all the Fortissimos I got, this is the only one that dropped like that. So imagine all the world drops that aren't craftable that people are still looking for, and it's very hard to obtain. So that's what I mean as an example. And then this one right here, perpetual motion on what is it, arc, right? Give me increased handling. So maybe this would be good with the grapple hook on strand. Come through swinging like with the with the shotty from the air, right? Oh man. We got deliverance, demolitionist, chill clip. Of course, we had to get this combination right. Duty bound, really love this one. It feels clunky though, but I love the combination of Zen moment on an auto rifle, especially a 600, one of my lovely archetypes. But could have been better. It's okay though. Probably gonna use it again next season because of auto rifles in the overload. But of course we had to get this combination right here, baby. Triple tap 4 times the charm. See, I love when they do weird, unique combos like this because it incentivizes you to get one of these for novelty's sake, right? Even though you probably won't see anyone seriously using it in their GMs on the first try. When you get bored and you're just farming, this may be something you whip out, right? And it's just something fun to use, especially with something like Actium War Rig. Perseus D, rapid hit, explosive payload. Moving on to the crates, we have overflow, moving target, corkscrew, APR. Pretty much for PvP. Really good stats for 720 auto rifle though, especially in the kinetic slot. I know I raved about Chroma Rush, but stat wise, the crate has this one beaten in some areas. Overflow headstone, fun to pair with the glaive with overflow and incandescent. Got a little icy hot going on there. You got overflow Vorpal on this one. May whip this one out, may not, but artifact mods are in the season. Definitely like using it against anti-barriers. Might use it a little bit against overloads. You got the subsistence headstone on this row right here. Pretty good. And then you have subsistence 1 for all on this one right here. I did not get APR on this one though, which would have been amazing if I'd have got armor piercing, but it is what it is. Autoload and Adagio. I don't know if Adagio is still worth keeping now, but I need to put my ear back to the ground and do some inspecting before I delete it. And this one right here, I did get APR on. So, but you see what I mean? If there was a way I could have like 2 perks here, 2 extra perks here, there would definitely be a smaller selection of these. But you can also see why I would keep each one for their own reason. And the way I put it is, you got 600 vault spaces, right? What is the point of having like 250 vault spaces free if you're not utilizing them? You know what I mean? Like, don't be a hoarder like me to where you can't get new loot, but at the same time, I feel like you're not being able to experience the whole game if you're not using most of your vault space, you know? I do get optimization and you want to farm efficiently, but at the same time, you know, there's weeks and dead periods where you just want to have fun, man. Use that vault space to tinker with some stuff you never played with. Tears of Contrition, another fun one that I used a lot when it first came out, and I just have not had time to come back and revisit it. But tap the triple tap, 4 times the charm. Really fun. And I think Enhanced gives it that longer window where you get the ammo back. But yeah, really fun. And not to mention the shade on this thing, man. Doesn't it look like ethereal or something, right? Like it just soaks up the light. Love that dark vibe on it. Oh, might as well inspect the shader, right? This is the shader. Valkyrie 0. But love that. Burden of Guilt. Perpetual Motion, high impact reserves on this one. Particle Repeater, range masterwork. Okay, wish it was adept, but hey, I'll take it. This right here, Lingering Dread. She's gonna get a lot of use next season. I already know it. Blinded Nades. I will say though, if you are farming one and if you are still looking for one, try to keep your eyes open for one with a reload masterwork. Because even though Chill Clip is great, I do find that a reload masterwork would probably push it into the excellent territory. Well-rounded headstone on this thing. Nothing else to say too much about this. Really love the aesthetic of these duality weapons though. I know I've said that before, but looking at these weapons really just brings it out all over again. Oh, another new purpose with perpetual motions, adaptive munitions. Definitely going to be using this thing next season. Now the match game has lessened, and it's a kinetic. Oh, it's not a kinetic weapon. That's right. It's a stasis weapon. I wonder. Nah, it shouldn't. I was thinking. I was like, I wonder if the stasis weapons fall into the same category as getting overcharged from kinetic weapons, but probably not. And then new purpose with perpetual motion, Desperado. I'm gonna unlock this one. I won't delete it just yet, but this might be the last time you see this particular one. Because the more and more I think about Desperado, the more and more depressed I get about it. DFA, the don't mess around. Perpetual motion, time payload, pretty good. Okay. It landed flat, I'm not gonna lie. Had high hopes for this thing, but it definitely registered as B tier. I do have a clammate that loves this thing though, and he pops off with it though. So I mean, to each his own. If you feel like you can vibe with it, vibe with it. I can't vibe with the R-stringer, so you know, to each his own, man. That being said, I am a collector, so opening shot, fragile focus, range masterwork. I just missed the freaking barrel, man. I mean the mag, but everything else, as you can see, press for range, pretty pressed. I think I could have got 90 if I'd have got accurized rounds, but eh. We got steady hands, opening shot. This one actually felt like really good overall, and I think it's because of steady hand and the swap speed. And then we got steady hand rampage. This one might get deleted. Yeah, let's go ahead and delete this one. Because rampage on a hand cannon isn't like amazing, and I think we can get it on the R-stringer too if we need to. Speaking of R-stringer, this is the way I crafted mine. Something about the barrel, man, or the weapon frame or something, I just cannot vibe with the Aussie like that. So I had to go with Zen Moment, Snapshot, and I ironically fluted barrel. I've tried so many barrels and I always keep coming back to fluted barrels, but it's something about the handling and the way the recoil snaps for me that I just can't confidently take this into a serious gunfight. I would rather use the IS Luna. But yeah, I do like this particular combo though with Zen Moment. Helps me not think about my shot pattern when I'm popping off with it. Something new. I fell in love with this hand cannon when it first came out, man. Again, you see this combination here? Demolitionist Wellspring. Love anything that can come with double ability region perks. Really start circumventing like how much your cooldown is negated. But yeah, for the perks. This one right here, Wellspring Headstone. I may delete this one at some time in the future now that I'm thinking about it. This one right here, Wellspring Thresh, definitely keeping this one because we're getting super energy and we're getting class ability energy, as little as it is. Ensemble and Thresh for the serious PvP fighting skills. I know, right? Serious? Yeah, you'd be surprised how well Ensemble actually comes into handy. I actually wish, now that I'm thinking about it, is that there was a weapon that can roll with Ensemble and Celerity. I know that sounds weird, but Celerity would give you like the front end constantly, right? And then I think when the allies are dead, it would kick in again. So Ensemble would fade away, but you would get the full back end on Celerity. Now that I'm thinking about that combo. Wellspring Demo, another one with the Infamous, but this one has Alloy Mag, which I really like that on a 120 for the reload speed, and it feels good in PvP, this one in particular. Triple tap multi-kill clip, this one might go. We'll see what the new hand cannon comes out with. If it has anything that can compete with this one, I'll get rid of it, but the same reason. Multi-kill clip is one of the highest damage buffs. I think Golden Tricorn and this tie, I could be wrong, but at the time, multi-kill clip I think was more prevalent on weapons, and Golden Tricorn wasn't that. Anyway, with multi-kill clip, you know, do the whole synergy thing, right? Spray the stasis crystal, get the charge of light buff, and then use the Font of Might buff. Wellspring Harmony on this one. Harmony is good on 120 still, in my opinion. And then this one right here, I told the story about this one last time, so I'll keep it brief again. But if you look on LightGG, of course, there's ways that you can do commentary and stuff, or not commentary. You can leave your comments under certain weapons, and there's this really good comment about how high you can push the stats on something new, and it really revolves around proccing stats for all and well-rounded and getting a certain combination on the mag. But when I tell you it is some monstrous stats, it is like, it's memey, sure, But this is an example of, you know, use your vault space, have something, have an experiment with some fun stuff. But yeah, it's a fun combo to try for sure. And this is my last Riptide right here. Keeping this one in particular because of lead from gold and Vorpal weapon for damage phases if I need to, and also it came with field prep. So I may whip this one out, may delete it if I get a better one. If I can get one with lead from gold and auto loading and Vorpal and chill clip on the same roll, then I'll probably skim down on a couple of them. The Inyo DMs. SMGs are hot right now. This is one of them that I do not see enough of, but I'm pretty sure those who got good rolls know. This is a really high range roll, actually max range roll if I wanted to commit with full bore, but the recoil direction helps me out. Really good, really good. Not anti-up level, but I feel confident when I'm dueling with this thing, and well-rounded on the builds that I normally do, like throwing a heal grenade or tossing a trip mine ahead of time, right? You see the benefits from well-rounded as far as the extra stacking buffs go, so very fun. And then this is a decent flip side of it for PvE. Encore, multi-kill clip. Both of them proccing basically, not at the same time, but you are proccing Encore, kind of like Rampage. And then you're also pseudo-proccing multi-kill clip, you just have to reload. So just a nice little chain, and then also got a nice little masterwork on it too. Luna Lotta, Elemental Verb perk, bow, headstone, you know, the main reason we keeping that. Bows are in the artifact mod next season for overload, so it might be come in handy. This one right here, I really like this combo. Haven't been able to utilize it like that, but hopefully in the future, there's a scenario where I can use this. But shoot the loot, right? Pick up your ammo off the floor. But turnabout, I really like it on a primary weapon. The thing is that you have to be in an area where you can utilize it on many shields and stuff. So I don't know. We haven't had any stasis shields yet, but who knows? With match game getting tuned down, maybe this bow can shine a little bit harder. Smite Moraine, I crafted mine with Demolitionist, Enhanced, and Firefly. I just didn't go Enhanced Firefly because I think the reason I didn't go Enhanced Firefly is because I normally change that one a lot, or I was thinking about changing it in the future, and I don't like enhancing a perk if I'm going to change it. Snapshot, Opening Shot. Nothing else to say about that. Blood Feud, Pugilist, Headstone. Really fun. Feels wonky to shoot sometimes, but really good. Love the aesthetic of those weapons they did. Pretty good take on pirates, Fallen Pirate. Same thing, Pugilist Headstone. Really good for the shotgun vibes and getting your melee energy back. So glad they finally gave us a counterpart to Demolitionist when it comes to Pugilist. Really loving this perk. Whistler's Whim, Thresh, Adrenaline Junkie. Y'all know how I feel about Thresh. Extra damage perk is just the extra icing on the cake. Auto-loading Frenzy. Okay in theory, right? You know, you get in a duel, you don't never have to worry about reloading. If you're in a duel long enough, Frenzy proc, so you might be able to catch your opponent off guard. Okay, right? And on the flip side, if you just want to be very extremely confident in your duels, you got auto-loading Eye of the Storm. So, wish the masterwork was better. Either one may be up on the chopping block, give or take. Subsistence kill clip, okay, you know. Under pressure, tap the trigger, really stable, you know. This one right here, the Pure Poetry, kept this one just cause. Pugilist on it is decent. I wish there was some sort of reload factor that can be applied to this 120, but overall, it's an okay hand cannon. It's not no true prophecy, but Pugilist keeps it in my vault for the time being. Pizza Cat, I loved using this thing when it first came out. I haven't revisited it like that, but I don't know. I have to go see and give it a spin. I have to give it a spin sometime soon. Perpetual Motion, Rangefinder. We got the infamous Revision 0, just show you what I crafted on mine. 4 times the charm, APR, Vorpal Weapon, PvE mostly. Really like how that thing turned out. And this is just the disparity that I kept because it was RNG rolled, but Pugilist Headstone. I planned on crafting a lot of these, but with vault space and everything, I just kept one because I didn't want to waste mats and all that. But still good. Headstone, Pugilist proccing together at the same time. I think it was Chris Proctor who made this one, according to Mercules in a podcast. But kudos, man. Kudos. Like I said, this one feels up there as far as like lethality and borderline goes. If this was the baseline of all legendary weapons, man, woo, we have a lot of competitors in the game, I'm telling you. Luminal Vigil, Desperado, Pugilist. That is one good thing I will say about the Desperado nerf, is that it allowed it to go onto other weapons. So in that sense, I do welcome it. Because on this sidearm, it is fun. So yeah, you know, maybe the nerf, as painful as it is to digest on the slower rate of fire, and which is mainly because of nostalgia and how fun it was, it did have some benefits being able to be applied on other weapons. And then this one right here, Headstone Rangefinder. Didn't get the perfect roll I was looking for, but you know, synergistically it works. Then here go the roses that I've gotten. Some okay rolls, Perpetual Motion, Explosive Payload. This one right here, Opening Shot, Moving Target. I might delete this one, but I think this was one of the few that I got with Moving Target. Rapid Hit, Opening Shot. I like Rapid Hit on this thing. I wish I'd have got Rapid Hit, Explosive Payload though. Another Perpetual Motion, Explosive Payload roll. Slide Shot, Rangefinder. And then we got ECAP Explosive Payload, which is a pretty decent one too. Glad they brought it says 140, but I'm glad they brought the 150s back. It gives me hope for future weapons to have for future 150s to come out. And also, I wonder what the next competitive weapon will be. That's one thing they have not said anything about. Stay Frosty. Glad I locked this one down. As you can see, it's only been out for a little bit, but that's used the crap out this thing, man. Thresh, Headstone, Chef's Kiss, and also we got adaptive munitions for this upcoming shield breaks. So you're definitely going to see a lot of usage out of this thing from me. And also, pulse rifles are in the anti-barrier next season, so this should help melt barriers a little bit quicker. Yeah, definitely going to be using this thing. Kept it just cause. Unrelenting Frenzy. We also have rangefinder on it. It is trash, so I'm not even going to hold you. It just doesn't feel good to shoot or use, so it's just there. Actually, we're going to unlock it, but we'll keep it just because of that amazing combo of Unrelenting Frenzy. Like, that is a perk roll I would love to see on so many other different guns or archetypes. If this was on an auto rifle, I would probably never take it off. But, man, it's on this thing. We got the synergistic combination of tap the trigger and dynamic sway reduction. Pretty okay. Feels good to use. This one right here has Demolitionist and target lock on the Lodbrock. And this one right here has Demolitionist and Adrenaline Junkie. Like I said, if there was a way for World Loot to have multiple perk rolls, I would definitely condense it. But it's so I just can't delete some of them, man. Like, can you imagine using this thing on an Ahamkara Hunter, right? Man, just splattering fools. Bear with me, I'm running my mouth too much. Gotta. Woo! Alright, we got the Jericho Perpetual Motion Headstone on this thing. Pretty fun, actually. And it feels really good. It feels like it has I want to say the word power creep, but in feel alone on weapons like the contingency plan, if you get what I'm saying. The feel of this weapon has power creep, the contingency plan. But it felt really good when I was using it. 7.7 carbine, the AK-47 model. I wanted reconstruction target lock, but give this thing a spin, man. I would imagine how lethal this thing is on PC, where you can actually hit every shot. But target lock on a 450, woo-wee. I ain't gonna say it's slept on because nobody's probably looking for this particular role. But yeah, if you get slapped by something like this and you inspect them and they got target lock, that would probably answer your question. And then this is a pretty cool role, right? Probably gonna delete it though. Reconstruction and redirection. Sounds good on paper. Using it though does not feel amazing. I don't know if it's just the weapon itself or what, but yeah, I might get rid of it. We'll see though. The good old prolonged engagement. There's a plethora of amazing rolls on this one. Killing Wind, multi-kill clip, Headstone though. Probably kept it mainly for Headstone. Eye of the Storm Thresh, really good on a Mantle of Battle Harmony. Then we got Feeding Frenzy Thresh on this one. I may delete one of them. I may. We'll see. And then we have Subsistence and Surrounded. I think what I'll do first is I'll cash in all my engrams over the weekend and see if I can get a replacement. Then I'll delete. I should have did that first, but we are where we are now, right? All right, that is all the kinetic weapons. So we'll move on. Let me drop off a kinetic weapon so it's actually like highlighted so it doesn't look ugly and whatnot. Okay. All right. So it's all my kinetic haul. Now on to the energies. Trust. Ooh, one of the hand cannons that, if not kept for his perk roll, is kept for his memory of how long it took me to farm this thing. I farmed this thing, for so long, bro. I can't remember the last when I actually acquired it specifically. I knew I got it from like Menagerie, I believe, and I think it was the last season before Menagerie was getting sunset. But all I remember is wanting this particular role and farming it so much and just like giving up. So yeah, I think that sounds about right. I probably chased like a few rolls here and there at the end, and I just got lucky. But yeah, Rampage and Dragonfly, really fun combo back in the day. Has been power crept, but still a fun combo that is good on other weapons. Talking about power creep, the D2 Fatebringer, right? Outlaw Dragonfly, just keeping it for its novelty at this point, baby. Waking Vigil. Rapid hit, snapshot, got Rico rounds, steady rounds, and stability masterwork. Max of 73 stability on this bad baby. The weapon model, I think the slim weapon model and the small sight is what keeps me from using this thing a lot more often, but it does feel like a decent weapon to use for sure. Retold Tail, quick draw demolitionist. Would primarily use this one probably with Nezarec Sin, but yeah, demolitionist shotgun. Could be on the chopping block this coming season, who knows. Thin Line, shout outs to Cool Guy, put me onto this one right here. Always been a big fan of 120s, but Dragonfly back then on the 120, went to farm the Lost Sector on Earth until I got a couple of these, and I used to have a lot more of these, but recently had to slim down the vault, but still, this is one that I will keep for probably to the end of the game. It just feels good. Like I said, love the whole Warden's Law weapon model, 120 moving target on this thing, high cal, just overall, just good hand cannon, period. Arsenic Bite, infamously one of the good bows, and just now recently has gotten replaced by Tripwire Canary in my opinion, so it has stood the test of time for a good while, because anytime there's an arc shield or anything, this combo right here is just nasty. I remember using this thing so much in the IO Strike. Y'all know the IO Strike with the Cabal boss at the end and whatnot. That was such a fun strike. And then we got Zer's Ingredient, Stir the Sauce, Chef Ramsay's version, of course. We ain't even got to talk about that, right? Yeah, and then we got this version of the Last Dance. This is what put Last Dance on the radar for me, because I had this one before Sidearms got buffed, and when they got buffed, I went experimenting. And of course, we got the full auto feature, so this is pretty much a dead perk. But Zen Moment on this thing, ooh, it is so... it's Elmer's glue, yo. It just latches on and it don't let go. Mindbenders and Bishy. You know what I'm saying? We got the Threat Detector, Quick Draw, Accurize, and Full Choke. One of the last ones, man. Quick Draw on it, right? High Impact Shoddy. Oh, man. This thing right here brings back memories. One of my favorite auto rifles to this day, dude. 600 auto rifle, auto-loading moving target. This isn't the role that I would have wished for or crafted if it was ever possible, but everything down to the frame, to the look, to the feel, to the way this thing fires, man. Galliard has, since Season 1, been one of my favorite auto rifles. Galliard was the last weapon that I acquired from Banshee in those days. So it has, oh man, I've always loved Galliard. Yeah, and this one right here, Outlaw Kill Clip. Now the Kill Clip has been nerfed a little bit, though. This one might catch the dismantle. But then again, there's so many other weapons that'll come before this one, before I dismantle this one. But yeah, really good. Of course, we have the infamous Kindled Orchid. Nothing much to say about that one. And this one right here, the other Kindled Orchid. Funny story, true story. Was farming the curated roll of Kindled Orchid. Postmaster was full. My last run of Baguzia Forge, right? Went to acquire the loot. I had 2 Kindled Orchids to drop. Went to the Postmaster. I had this roll sitting in the Postmaster right there. So I was like, oh snap, your boy got the curated roll finally. I did my little dance and everything. Went to inspect the other one. This one was sitting right beside it. So I basically got like some type of Snake Eyes RNG to where both the Kindle Orchids, one random, one curated, both came with Kill Clip Rampage. So it's like one of those instances to where it's like, you know, you can't delete it, which is why it's still in this Postmaster to this day. If I ever find that video It should be on my PS4. I'll post it just to show how fickle RNG is sometimes, man. But I was farming the life out of it, and the fun fact, man, when I finally got the curated to drop, this one came with it. So it was like, you know what? You just can't make up reality, dog. Gnawing Hunger, Zen Moment auto rifle. I ain't even got to say nothing else, man. If you got a Gnawing Hunger with Zen Moment, go give it a spin. It still slaps to this day. It's nowhere near what they used to be in the 600s meta, obviously, but yeah, it'll slap your mama. Let's see, this Gnawing Hunger, auto-loading Demolitionist, Rampage. And this one, you have Subsistence, multi-kill clip, Demolitionist. And this one, you have Subsistence, Rampage, or Demolitionist. So I may do some analytical, microscopic tinkering and delete one or two of these, but I might wait a little bit since we have the artifact mods of auto rifles in the season. Ancient Gospel. Always love the aesthetic of the Garden of Salvation weapons, although this one has always felt like a Nerf gun in my hands using it. That being said, the stats for stability on this thing are insane. Look at that. 93 stability with this combination right here, right? So, like, if they're in spitting distance, I'm able to, like, you know what I'm saying, stay steadily on the head. And it also came a rangefinder. But pretty fun all around. But they definitely need to be touched up. I think they're just out of date, so to speak. And this one is just fun overall to use. Rapid hit Dragonfly. Big explosions everywhere. Excuse me. It actually is probably a little bit better now that Dragonfly mod has been deprecated into Dragonfly spec. Prophet of Doom. There we go. Got slide shot, opening shot roll, accurized rounds. We could go for the max range roll, but if I got it on small bore, it's probably because small bore feels better. But can we just admire how beautiful these weapons are, man? Like, look at that. Don't you just wish this was meta just because of how it looks, right? Like, I love Matador and all, but you can't tell me this thing don't look better than Matador, right? All right, and you got this Prophet of Doom. Like, look at the Gambit shader on her, bro. Like, there's no way. Slide shot Rampage. If I could collapse the stats, I would collapse them both because look, you got full choke, accurized, hand range masterwork. So like on paper, this one's better, but I obviously like using this one more since the kill factor. Then we have Reckless Oracle, one of my old favorites. This is worn out of favor for me, but it's still like everything from the drum mag to the fact that it's a 720 to the fact that it got Demolitionist. It's pretty good overall. If we can craft this, I probably would use it a little bit more. Under Pressure Swashbuckler, good for the melee builds. Outlaw Kill Clip was better. Kill Clip, though, has gotten pulled down, so I don't know how good it is now anymore. Zealous Reward. Yeah, this thing slaps. Like Lego Flash said in his video, I don't know what it is about this fusion rifle, because on paper, it should not be as good as it is. Go give Zealous a slap, man. You will be surprised. Now, on the flip side, this is a PvE version, and you probably like, yo, Dread, what is this? Let me tell you something. Next time Duality is around, and you need to farm Duality, tell me what element shields those Bell Keepers are. They void, right? When you use this thing right here, it pops the shields, and it's basically like a blinding grenade launcher. So it's doing damage, but when I'm popping shields, it's like I'm stunning them. So that right there made me respect Shield Disorient. Shield Disorient itself, by itself, is a crappy ISK perk. I would put it in the category of Genesis. It needs to be on the right weapon with the right combination in the right environment to really thrive, right? Like, it's extremely niche, but on a master level where you have to deal with a void shield, I'm telling you, this thing is good, and it has earned its right to stay in my vault, period. I'm actually considering keeping a Twilight Oath that came with Shield Disorient. I think it's on my Hunter in the Postmaster, but I'm actually thinking about keeping one of those simply because of that fact of how good Shield Disorient was in that context. We got the Omniscient Eye. Really love this thing. Ever since they nerfed Scavengers in PvP, Mulligan has went up in value, in my opinion. But yeah, pretty good. I call this thing the Mosquito because not only does it look like a mosquito or a needle nose, my teammate, Mr. Cool Juice, whenever he pulls off an insane sniper with that kill with this, it makes like he has Dragonfly on his, so it like blows up, and it's always so funny because I always be like, bless you, like, because it sounds like somebody sneezing. Oh man. And we got the Arc Logic, Surplus Frenzy. it has served me well over the seasons. I haven't used it recently, but it has worked pretty well overall. We got the premonition. I wish this thing was better overall. It just feels clunky. Maybe if it was craftable, I would fall in love with this thing more. But pretty much I'm just keeping it because it's the only one of its kind, right? Void, high impact, energy pulse rifle, you know. But it may get the boot in the upcoming future. Every waking moment. Same thing. Got it because it's the only one of its kind. But now that we're gonna have these moon weapons basically neo mooned, this one might go. We'll have to wait and see what the perk combination comes up with though. 1 second. We can't pass Divinity without talking about Divinity. Man, now every time I look at Divinity, I think of that infamous quote from Norman Osborn. Either die a hero or you live long enough to become a villain, man. When this thing first came out, we've came a long way, haven't we? Not saying that it didn't need a nerf, but I'm also not saying that nerf didn't hurt me personally, because I am the beam bro. I don't want to hear all that div B stuff, whatever. If you allow yourself to be called that SU, we are beam bros. We know who we are out there when we the ones. We are the reason why y'all are hitting Omega big damage numbers, okay? So whether or not the div nerf needed to happen, right, it is what it is. It happened. What I hope for the future is that if they ever remaster, or not even in the remaster sense, but I guess the perfect context would be if they remaster the raid or bring it up to par, they put a catalyst in there and they allow some sort of skill viability on div. Because everyone gets caught up on the damage that the debuff that div did, but you gotta admit, someone dedicated on running div, they were invaluable to the team, right? That allowed everyone else to min-max their builds, to not have to worry about a debuff, so everyone else's numbers can be high reaching and stuff. I love that personally as a support player. It's cathartic to me for someone to look at someone's build and be like, oh, you hitting like that? Well, hold up, let me see if I can lift you up too, right? It's like, I love that concept of it, and overall, div still does that, but I think the space of all the debuffs are crowded now, and it needs to be separated in some form. You know what I'm saying? The uptime of div, I can understand it being lower than average, but I do wish there was some sort of skill level to it, kind of like how Wave Splitter can amp up its damage. If there was a skill level if there was some sort of skill level that the div user could apply while using div to therefore buff the overall effectiveness of it. Please, if any Bungie dev is working on any catalyst, make it awesome. That's all I ask, man. But yeah, Divinity, hands down, my favorite weapon. To this day, I'm getting a model of Divinity made. That's facts. We got the 7 Seraph sidearm. This thing honestly might go. I'm gonna unlock it. Great perks. Just doesn't feel good to use. It's literally it. Just doesn't feel good to use. But as far as the perks go, man, it's amazing. Demolitionist, Dragonfly. But Warmind cells are getting deprecated too, so this might be the last time we see this one. Seraph CQC. On the flip side, this thing is a monster. Love it, man. Auto-loading trench barrel on the shoddy. Nothing more to ask for. Yeah, nothing more to ask for. Slot shot, snapshot on this one right here. Got the range masterwork. Got the max range barrel if I wanted it. Pretty good shotgun overall. It's been a minute since I used it though. And this is my other favorite one simply because of Assault Mag. Like I said, if I could collapse them together, I would, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. That's why, you know, I'm a Vault Hoarder. But I like this one a little bit better simply because those moments that I don't get to clean up, I can just pull it again. You guys remember Pardon Our Dust? This is what this thing reminds me of, just the energy version. We got the Summoner. Big fan of auto rifles, as you guys know already. Overflow, Golden Tricorn. You know, would have been amazing if it would have came with Incandescent, but I think that was before this thing's time, or it came out during the 3.0 of Solar. Moving target rangefinder. Nothing too amazing about that one. Perpetual motion. E-cap on this one. Got Zen moment. E-cap on this one. So on stability, you know, this thing gets sticky like a spider's web. Overflow Dragonfly on this one. Pretty freaking fun, I must say. The explosions and that shader though, right? Woo! And that ain't even supposed to be like that, right? But man, And then this one's in moment rangefinder. So, and then we got the old Exiles Curse, Hipfire, High Impact Reserves. I like trolling with this one from time to time, but it's actually middle of the road. I'll be surprised how good this thing is every time I revisit it. Like, it's not like high in competitive, but like it can hold its own. And this one right here, we got the Slide Shot, Kickstart, definitely synergistic combination. Field Prep, multi-kill clip. In theory, multi-kill clip, high impact reserves, you know, you apply Font of Might and then you do charge with light. Should hit for really high damage numbers. And then this one right here, firmly planted ECAP. So should be pretty stupid stability, you know, after you factor in ECAP. I mean, firmly planted, I should already be on Void, so that stability should be the right number. Tommy's Matchbook. If anyone's seen me play in a session with Tommy's Matchbook, you already know how much I love this thing. This is the Cerberus of my energy weapon slot. Timeline's Vertex. It's meh. Like, it's fun to use. I'll have to see how the fire sprites and everything interacts next season, but I might put this on the chopping block. Font of Might was really a reason why a lot of these weapons stayed in my vault, because of the way Font of Might stacked with the charge with light. Geon 7, really always loved the fact that this thing can roll with Disruption Break in the first slot and then Rampage in the second. So you're breaking shields, making them more susceptible to kinetic damage. Pretty good in a team setting. Coriolis Force, yeah, nothing else to say about this one. It's just unique because it's unique, right? But Threshing Under Pressure, if we're going to keep one, we're going to keep one that's at least somewhat viable, right? Deafening Whisper, auto-loading, Ambitious Assassin. Sounds counterintuitive, right? Ironically, it's really good, because those instances where I'm just clutched up and I can't reload, auto-loading comes in handy. Those moments where I do have a moment to breathe, Ambitious Assassin does come in handy. I have 2 in the mag, therefore I can just pop 2 off, stow it for a reload later, and then swap to it back again. So I do like that combo. That's why sometimes, you know, you just got to get out there and test the weapon and play with it. On paper, you might be like, yo, this is busting and whatnot, and then you get out there and you use it, and you're like, yo, this is trash. So you'll be surprised, though. But yeah, I was surprised with this one as well. Posterity, Reconstruction, Focus Fury. You know what? I don't think I got... Yeah, that's right. I didn't get all the borders I needed to craft this one, which is why I kept this one. So this is an OG that I don't think you can get any more. Unrelenting Killing Wind. So it'll probably stay in my vault. Trustee, just haven't leveled it up yet, but I plan on it. That's right, because scout rifles are in the artifact mod next season, right? I believe they're unstoppable, so, and the fact that this thing can get incandescent too is going to be fun. Same reason I kept this one. I'm debating about deleting this one though, because I don't think I'll ever use it again in PvP, but just in case though, Eye of the Storm Surplus is disgusting on this archetype. It is just, it feels like it's not fair sometimes. And Stars and Shadow, each and every one of my Stars and Shadow I got surplus, I think. But yeah, surplus Headstone. And remember, it's a high impacts and with Headstone, so it deletes. Surplus Thresh. It's right here. Surplus Vorpal Weapon. Probably delete the Vorpal Weapon one though. Surplus Eye of the Storm. And surplus Moving Targets. Oh, let's not forget about surplus Elemental Capacitor. So as you can see, we are surplused up with this thing, man. But look at that stability. 88, that is just dirty. Xenoclast, ironically, even though you see surrounded, don't get it twisted. The reason I kept this one is because it has slot shot, and look at that, max range. Max range. I know smoothbore's a joke, but look at that. This is my PvP version, ironically. But yes, I was not able to get one with a useful perk in the 3rd slot. I would have preferred Unrelenting there, or Thresh, as you see in this one, but that was before we could get multiple perk rolls on that. But Field Prep Thresh, I'm maybe delete this one. I kept it mainly because of Thresh, but Field Prep's not bad either on a shotgun because of the reload speed. Grave Robber 1-2 punch. Definitely keeping this one for the Titan shoulder charge, knock them down builds, right? Surplus Unrelenting, like I said. Surplus is not surplus, but unrelenting is really good and fun to use, especially on a weapon that you can get multiple kills with like just one shot too. There is definitely be surprised how viable it is. Auto loading swashbuckler. So this would be the counterpart to the loadout I was talking about, running the Astral Horizon with auto loading, and then maybe tractor cannon. So tractor is the only thing I have to reload, or an Acreus, and then using the quick charge combination. So I have pretty decent shotgun ammo. And then we got slot shot demo on this one. This one might catch it too, to be honest, because I haven't used most of these since. As good as it is to have demo on it, I don't think I'll ever use it. And then these cursed summoners that I got, man, both these summoners came with compulsive reload, and they just piss me off every time I look at it because I remember it every single time, man. Oh man, Golden Tricorn, Focus Fury, compulsive reloader, right? And then compulsive reloader, Rampage, and Wellspring. And so I just kept them because they were the only two I ever got. Bone Chiller, auto loading demo. Arctic Haze definitely has been power crept, and I'm glad it has. Big fan of 720s. Like I said, you have to put 720s in a good spot, because if you give them too much range, they're going to be a monster and terrorize. If you don't give them enough range, SMG is just going to walk all over them. This is the instance of like it not having enough range, it having way too much recoil to keep it stable and everything. But all in all, I do like the Arctic Haze. It just reminds me of how weak they were and how far we've come since Beyond Light, right? And what we have to look forward to, because we got the, what's that auto rifle? I haven't gotten to it yet, but it's the Arc auto rifle we got in Season of the Risen that I feel like has dethroned this one. And Quicksilver Storm is a good example. I know that's an exotic, but like look at the stat package and how well that as a 720 has put 720s on the map. And we've had Tommy's Matchbook before, but Tommy's Matchbook didn't do 720s any favors because of how it operates, right? That's not a fault to Tommy's Matchbook or the fact that it's a 720. It's just an observation, you know what I'm saying? And Quicksilver Storm really put it on the map for me, and how I'm just looking forward to utilizing Quicksilver more. Like, if Quicksilver is my kinetic version of Divinity, I love Quicksilver Storm simply because of how like it has different faculties to it too. But anyway, yeah, Arctic Haze, triple tap, Thresh. I might delete this one too, actually, because like I said, it's just been power crept. Fun roll, but there's other options, you know. Mulligan Vorpal. I'll probably keep this one though, because this has the highest range that I could get on this particular version, and it's such a pain to go farm these Arctic Hazes. But nothing too special though, right? And then Subsistence Dragonfly, just a fun role to play with whenever it's like Solar Burn or something like that. So we'll keep this one for sure for now. Actually, let me go ahead and relock that one. Especially knowing how surges and everything are gonna go. Old school Glacial Chasm, we got the Subsistence Reservoir Burst on it. We also have Under Pressure, Swashbucky, you know what I'm saying? We got the Accelerated Coils. This is the OG grandma version of it. This one right here, Field Prep Surrounded, still pretty fun to this day, ironically. I use this one rarely, but Surrounded on a high impact fusion rifle feels good. Surplus Demolitionist, and we have the choice of using high impact reserves, so it's okay. Nezarec Sin was the main reason why I kept it. Let's see, we got the Truth Teller. Of course, this one right here is what put it on the map. Mr. Cool Juice, I know you remember this one, man. Man, we was chasing this thing, and I remember when he got it, I took a picture of it way back when. But yeah, Season of Arrivals. Boy, do y'all remember how long that season was? Oh my God, we done came a long way. But yeah, this was like the progenitor or the pioneer to me of what put Blinding Aids on the map. When we were focused more on DPS and stuff like this was the one. This was the one that was like, hey, take a look at Blinding Aids. They actually doing something. And then Blinding Aids Disruption Break. This one's primarily for PvP memes. Pair this with a last word and your enemies will hate you. I mean, you don't even need to pair it with a last word, honestly, but just the fact that Disruption Break, once they pop, they're pretty much, they're done. They're done. I don't care what overshield or healing mechanism you got going on. Nature of the Beast. Feels really good for a 180. Out of all the 180s I've used, it feels really good comparatively overall, and it might be due to the overall frame and how it doesn't get in the way of when you're firing it, you know. Fool's Remedy, a really good one too. It's not sunset or anything, but I don't think it's been in the loot pool like that. You got Hipfire and Rangefinder. Paradoxical combination, but it actually works really well because it covers both things. Hipfire for the last word, and when I do need an ADS, I have the Rangefinder element to it. Not to mention the high cal. Then on the flip side, for just the hardcore strafing game on something like the Hunter, you got the moving target in the rangefinder one, so you're able to like stay on target. Because a scrub like me, bro, you know my cataracts and my arthritis is so hard. We got a Death Adder, Subsistence Dragonfly. This thing, I farmed it a lot because it came from the second phase of Prophecy Dungeon, so I'm very hesitant to delete it, but it just never took off. And this is an example of a gun being held back because of how its stats are weak, right? Like, I don't know if it's the zoom, or I don't know if it's the overall stat package, but it just never felt really good, right? And when you come off of something like Recluse, it's like, you know, it sets such a high bar that if anything doesn't come close to it, it's not even in a shadow. You feel me? So, like, yeah, I don't know. I think the fact that I farmed it a lot makes me want to keep it, but I do recognize that I'm probably never going to use it again, so don't be surprised if you don't see it ever again. But Feeding Frenzy on this one, Subsistence on this one, just a fun overall one to use. This one, however, I'm probably going to keep this one, even though you can craft in high kilos, and it's simply because it just has double perks, right? Threat Detector, Demo, Surrounded, you know, just swap to Utility Gun. Depending on the mode, I want to use Demo. Depending on the mode, I want to use Surrounded. And if I do craft one, I wouldn't craft one with either of those perks. I would just craft it with Volt Shot. So I think I will just keep that one, period. First in, last out. Like I said, I'm ready. I got my Fortissimo on the Kinetic. I got this one in the energy slot. Auto loading Vorp on this one, baby. And this one got the Assault Mag. So we ready. Salvage a salvo, nothing amazing. But as far as ritual weapons go, I hope they're looking at this when they start, when it is for all the future ritual weapons, because this one definitely set the bar. And I feel like if it doesn't come to this level, like it doesn't have to be Luna's Howl level, but it at least has to be viable on, it has to be like on Salvo's level, I feel like, right? In order for us to want to obtain it. You got Imperial Needle, Killing Wind, Frenzy. Far Future, Quick Draw, Opening a Shot. All right, now we get onto the Ignis Hammer. So we got Quick Draw, Snapshot on this one. Man, when they bring this thing back, you know it's coming with Incandescent. There ain't no way it's not. Encore, ECAP, pretty fun with this one. I have gave it a spin ever since, not ECAP, but Encore has gotten changed. And Encore is definitely risen up as far as like perks that I think are it's popped up on radar now. Rapid Hit, One for All, ironically really good for PvE with the Rapid Hit and OFA combo. You got Subsistence, Rampage, really just kept it because Subsistence, Rampage, although I will admit now with the overall nerfs, man, that 120s can't 2-tap anymore, it's definitely, I wouldn't be remiss if I got rid of it in the future. Subsistence, OFA on this one. You got Overflow, One for All on this one. So yeah, a couple of the One for Alls might be going after this season. An Overflow Snapshot on this one. I'm probably going to keep this one because it's the only one I got with Snapshot, I think. And then we get into the goody good ones. Oh, maybe not. I got Celerity, Rapid Hit on this one. One of my favorites. Celerity on Igneous just feels really amazing. Rapid Hit, Moving Target. Same thing though, I can swap to Celerity for that juicy stat package. But Moving Target on a 120, man. Woo-wee! It's like you out there tap dancing, man. And then this one right here again. Rapid Hit, Moving Target on this one with the Celerity alternative. But this one we have a different assortment of mag perks and everything. The Brass Attacks. Surplus Frenzy. Nothing too amazing. And then we got Rapid Hit, Dragonfly on this one. The Shadow Price. Surplus, Disruption Break. Okay. Nothing too, like, over the top. I will say, though, that this paired with, obviously, if you're going to use an auto rifle and you're going to use Disruption Break, you're going to run into a lot of arc shields, so like Vandals or Captains or anything. So I will say using this with something like, what is it, Wither Horde is really good and fun. Thresh, main reason I kept this one. Overflow as well, so it could pair with any special weapon I'm using. Surplus Dragonfly definitely went up a little bit. I love the way the shader goes into it too. I'm surprised they didn't give Zavala a shadow price instead of origin story, but ever since they gave us that trailer, and I done seen what's that scout rifle? It's not Night Watch. What's that scout rifle, man, from the old stuff? Anyway, Nameless Midnight. That I started laughing because I was like, yo, you know that means origin story back, so you know Zavala Zavala gonna show up to Neo Muna with the origin story, bro. Oh man, he ain't put it down. You can't blame him now though, because 450's meta. So we got the Palindrome with Bottomless Grief, Subsistence, or Thresh. Yeah, Fiend for Thresh. Also is Void, so don't sleep on Resurrect Sin. You have the Pally with Bottomless Grief, Rampage, also Killing Wind, Rampage, so pretty good synergistically. I love perks that proc at the same time. Overflow Thresh on this one. Subsistence, Unrelenting on this one. It's okay. Not as good as I wish it would be, but I think that's because hand cannons aren't as good as I wish they were. But it's still okay. This is probably the best rangefinder roll I got, and it's pitiful. Look at that. Everything was on point except for these two right here. They had to be slacking. But hey, man, beggars can't be choosers. I'm just fortunate enough to actually obtain one. So I'll be patient enough till one comes back. But all in all, I think this is my favorite one because of how lenient it is. With high impact reserves, I think if you prom it, you can do 2 crit, 1 body. I'm pretty sure that's what it comes out to be. I doubt it's 1 crit, 2 bodies. So I'm pretty sure it's 2 crit, 1 body. But yeah, as far as the leniency goes, this is the one I would probably take to combat. Overflow, 1 for all on this one. PvE primarily. I actually might delete this one in the future sometime soon because 1 for all on a 140. If I'm using 1 for all and I got on a 140 and in-game content, nah, I'll probably be using something better. And then Overflow Rampage on this one. Of course, we got to keep the Overflow Rampage combo. It's a mirror to what's my baby called? It's a mirror to dang, what's my baby called? Spare Rations. All right, so we got the Keening, Surplus, and Thresh. Slept on Sidearm. I put in a lot of bodies with this one, and this is before Sidearms got buff. But I used to use I'm weird if you don't know, but I used to use double primaries even in old metas and stuff. So I would often try to find combinations that would work well, and this and Last Word worked really well together. And even though they were kind of like the same range, whenever Last Word got low, I would swap to this, and the same vice versa. Whenever this would get low, I just swap to Last Word and just pop. So yeah, this was really good back then, and when Sidearms got buffed, I can just imagine how lethal it is now, and vice versa, right? In theory, this one should be just as good, but with moving target and Unrelenting, you just, you know, getting a couple kills. Unrelenting should proc. It'll help keep you in the fight. I guess that's why I like Unrelenting so much, because in theory, it should help you. It should help keep you in the fight if you're going on tears and streaks. You got the Frozen Orbit. Beautiful roll here. Auto-loading Vorpal weapon. Perfect for whenever we have a piercing anti-barrier. Oh, I just thought, yo, I could do Radiant and run a sniper rifle. Oh, man, you ain't never got to not have to worry about not using a sniper, yo. You do Radiant and you do Izanagi's Burden and you just straight deleting all that. Man, yeah. Yeah, build crafting next season and just the amount of synergy and how the game is going to open up is going to be so fun. But yeah, auto-loading, box breathing, we got this Frozen Orbit. Fun fact, back before they nerfed Empowering Rift, high impact reserves, you could one-shot body under certain resiliences, and if you had only 1 bullet in the mag, I believe it did either 200 flat or 201. That is a relic of the past, but I keep this to remind me of all the times that I body shot bandited somebody. And how upset or how confused they probably were when the feed popped up as a body shot. I would deliberately aim for the toe or the chest or the kneecap because I knew all I had to do was just hit the body. All I had to do was see Guardian and then just Guardian down. Like, I loved it, dude. Frozen Orbit, pretty much just keeping this one for Thresh, auto-loading Thresh, but I don't think it's it's more of a gimmick now, because like as much as I love Thresh, on certain weapons. On sniper rifle, I don't know. I'm talking myself around it right now. So we got a bottom dollar. We got the surplus thresh on this one. We got rapid hit explosive payload on this one, and also the multi-kill clip version if we needed to. I really like the fact that gun and run is on this one because it makes the 120s and just slower weapons overall feel fluid once you start going on a spree. Subsistence and unrelenting, being able to keep that health up on a high impact hand cannon feels nice. Rangefinder multi-kill clip. This was one of the first ones I ever got back when bottom dollar first dropped. Y'all remember that? What season was that? Yeah, Season of the Chosen. Woof! Woof! Man. And back then, you couldn't get multiple perk rolls. So what you got was what you got. And it wasn't dropping like that from Gambit 2. But yeah, I love this one ever since then, man. Multi-kill clip just hits so good. And the rangefinder on this felt so nasty. I was snagging shots. Slide shot demo. This was the alternative version I got. As you can see, I love my grenades because of how many bodies I caught with this one. But with slide shot on this thing, it actually I actually got more mileage out of it than I thought, because when you prime down the mag, you know, and you with a 120 got that super slow reload, just sliding just, you know, 1 or 2 bullets is all you need in order to kill that little ad in front of you. So it definitely went far for me. And then rapid hit, high impact reserves, same thing. I think you get 2 crit if you had an empowering rift buff back then. And you prime the mag down. I don't think you can anymore because Empowering Rift doesn't hit as strong, but still, for novelty's sake. Trinary system, one of my favorite fusion rifles in the energy slide, just because of I got so lucky and maxed out there. Look at all that stability. You got polygonal rifling, particle repeater, stability masterwork, firmly planted, and tap the trigger. If this was the main ingredient archetype, I would never not use this. I do feel that the range on this thing is what holds me back from maining it, but I will say when I slap this on in a closer range map, I'm definitely confident when I'm pushing people with it. And then this one right here, Killing Wind Thresh, I mainly kept it for something like Battle Harmony or synergistic builds to where I can get super energy. This one right here, Third Axiom, kept it because the insane stat package. As you can see, 85 stability because the E-cap surplus actually pushes it a little bit higher, probably max to 100. And then we also have Arrowhead Break with the stability masterwork. So 100 recoil as well. So really, really decent overall. It does feel not clunky, but feels like sensory overload when you're looking down the sights on this thing. Cluttered. It feels cluttered when you're ADSing. Cartesian coordinate, under pressure, Vorpal, range masterwork, nothing too amazing, you know. Fusion rifle, we all know this thing has come and gone, but it's still good enough to stay in the vault. Retro futurist, we have the Feed and Frenzy Thresh roll. Thresh is perfect for the Nezarec Sin combo, you know, and it's a Thresh shoddy, right? So it's actually viable in my mind for competitive sake. Well, I wouldn't say competitive, but you know, for PvP if you're playing or whatnot. You'd be surprised how much mileage you can get out of it. Retro Futurist with Trench Barrel, but this one instead has the max stats. So this is the main reason why I'm really keeping this one, because of quick draw and max stats. Overflow, Thresh, Eternal Blazon. Got the Grid Skipper. I really wish I liked this thing, man, because everything from the aesthetic to the fact that it's a rapid fire frame to the perks I got on this thing, it on paper it should be slapping, but when I get it in my hands, man, I just feel so underwhelmed, and I get turned off from using it every single time. Same thing, Grid Skipper, kept it because of, you know, Thresh, Nezarec Sin, Frenzy as well though. Sojourner's Tail, quick draw, opening shot, handling masterwork. Baby Chaperone, I won't give it that much credit. I think you need a masterful roll in order to call it a Baby Chaper counterpart, but it's decent enough though. Vision of Confluence, love this combination right here. Thresh and Wellspring, getting ability energy overall, super ability energy. Found Verdict, this is the best overall roll that I got. Slide Shot, Barrel Shroud, Full Choke. Frenzy, I think it's slept on the Found Verdict. Because if you consider how much, and especially if you're a wily, slippery, slidey grass hunter and can evade and yet stay in combat and heal yourself now that heals on every class, you'll be surprised how much you can map somebody with Frenzy, man, when it gets proc. And to take it even further, Why not pair with another kinetic weapon that can roll with frenzy? Just saying, you know, that's where them fun, crazy builds come from. This right here is an example of an aspirational weapon that I wish was on other weapons. And I think you don't see this combo is because Found Verdict and all the other Vogue weapons have like not set definite weapons, but they have certain roles that you want for those reasons, right? Like you want explosive payload frenzy or Firefly explosive payload, right? So you don't even think about how good rewind rounds is. But I'm telling you, the fact that they said that they're gonna apply this perk to other weapons also has me thinking that they're gonna revamp Vault of Glass to where we can craft those weapons. Maybe not next season, but I think it's around the corner sometime soon. Because think about it, they did the same thing with Reconstruction. They told us that Reconstruction was going to fall on World Loot, i.e. the Arvindale, and then we could farm DSC, right? So just putting two and two together, it makes sense that if they were going to remaster another raid, Vogue would be it. I would rather them do Garden or Last Wish or another raid, but if they have to do Vogue, I'm not complaining. So I'm saying all of that to say that rewind rounds on the right weapon will make it a high DPS contender in my opinion because of what it does overall, right? When a weapon magazine is empty, it refills from reserves based on the number of hits. So if you're doing something like DPS, they have a div bubble up, you're going to hit all your shots, right? Once the mag empties, you're going to be hitting all your shots, right? And so something like this, rewind rounds and Vorpal weapon, it's a really good combination when you think about it. It just needs to be on the perfect weapon. You see what I'm saying? Or think about this, rewind rounds, target lock. You see what I'm saying? So, just saying. I had to go on that long random tangent, but you know what I'm saying? Now you see what I'm saying. So, in this one right here, we got auto-loading, demolitionist, you know, really good overall if I need to reload or for the same purpose. You know, if I don't want to reload and I got a grenade, I can toss it. So, pretty good if I ever get in a situation where shotgun's DPS. And then this one right here is just a fantastic roll overall, right? Opening shot, unrelenting, in the first slot. Okay, so if I end up clapping two fools back to back with Found Verdict, my health is ready and starting to regen for the third person. Now you pair that with the new Void Fragment that we're getting, that's going to give me an overshield if my health is low. Yeah, right? And like I said, unrelenting is in this first slot. So like when I see something like this, like I said, that's why I keep it, so I can reflect back on moments like this and hopefully inspire anyone to look for, or maybe, you know, who knows, maybe if a dev's watching, he'll get a bright idea and want to slap it on a perk combination somewhere. But Division of Confluence, really good combo here. So you got a damage perk, Frenzy. Yeah, and that would be another reason why Vault of Glass would make sense, because they could change some of the perk pools, right? Like full auto or something like that, but whatever. You got Frenzy, a damaging perk, and then you have Wellspring, being able to get your class abilities back. Definitely going to be seeing a lot of this. Scout rifles are in the artifact mod for Unstop. I love when they're in the mod for Unstop, because that means that you have alternative options for the annoying champions, right? But overall, we have way more ways to deal with champions. So, and then this is my only time lost Found Verdict. So not the best, but decent enough to be valid in my opinion to use. But still, I would probably rather use, probably rather use Compass Rose. This is my favorite so far. One of my favorites. Occluded Finality. One of the, only thing I'm missing is the handling masterwork, but we got Fluted Barrel, ricochet rounds on the Hubble telescope, snapshot, opening shot. Finite Impactor. I just got it because I just got it. I actually might delete this thing, man. 36 range. I know I got Killing Wind, but E-Cap, I mean, yeah, let's just go ahead and rip the bandit off. Sorry. It was never valid and never will be valid. We got another Shakira's wrap. Heating Up, Golden Try. Okay. We got Perpetual Motion, Kill Clip on this one. We got Dynamic Sway, Kill Clip on this one. And Tap the Trigger. And we got Moving Target Adrenaline Junkie on this one. So, got plenty of rolls for plenty of different purposes. You got the Izumi. Love this thing, man. Snapshot Explosive Payload. I know Explosive Payload really doesn't do anything in PvE, but man, it is so satisfying to get a headshot and just seeing that, you know what I'm saying? That explosive puff when you land that crit, right? And then we got the alternative version, the Vorpal weapon one, for when I actually maybe do need to take one into something like PvE content or maybe snipe a super out. But 18 opponents defeated with this thing, I ain't sniping no super soon. And we got another plug one up in here. This time we have the successful warm-up. This is when the successful warm-up was like hot and popping and a new kid on the block. But also I kept this thing because of the max charge time that I could get from it, right? Accelerated coils, charge time masterwork, adept charge time mod. Let's get it, baby. And we got borrowed time, overflow thresh. Needless to say, anytime you see thresh, just think of battle harmony or think of Nezarec Sin or any type of synergistic combo that I can help feed into my super loop, right? Feeding frenzy. Thinking about it. I may delete this one. We'll unlock it for now. We have Empty Vessel. It's pretty much going to be the pinnacle solar grenade launcher up until I can get one to roll with blinding grenades and incandescent. Once that happens, Empty Vessel, I'm sorry, but you gotta go. But for now, you can stay. We got auto-loading Demolitionist, amazing, right? On something like the Starfire Protocol build, and you got blinding aids. And if I wanted to switch it up, we got lead from gold. This one right here, Thresh. Remember what I said before? Vex Mytho Crutch, love it. It's pretty much an auto rifle in a fusion rifle's body, am I right? Let's go ahead and change this right here. Probably going to be using this with Rain of Fire as much as I can before they nerf it at the beginning of the season. We got the number. I kept it because the 450s are still in the meta right now. Hindsight is 2020 because if I would have known 450s would have been meta, I would have farmed a better roll, but this one isn't bad in particular though. Killing Wind will push the range out slightly, and then multi-kill clip will give me the damage buff I need when I re-engage in fights. So all in all, it's pretty decent, and the zoom is 20. I need to inspect the other zooms if we come to another 450. Stochastic variable. Always wanted to keep one of these things because of phase mag. I hate we don't see phase mag on other weapons, right? Like any Amalon weapon, not even just an SMG, but could you picture this on something like an Ogma or something, you know what I mean? Like turning it into a 340 fire rate or a slower fire rate weapon. You know, that would be pretty cool. But yeah, Zenmo, ECAP, it's okay. Real reason I'm keeping it is because of phase mag though. Surplus demo on this thing, might be on a chopping block, who knows. Then we got the Deicide. We got the lead from gold Demolitionist. Good for those lead from gold combos. Then we got Compass Rolls, one of my favorite shotties to slap with. You have to ask a shotgun expert if it's better than Matador, but to me, I love using this thing over Matador. And it's probably because of the perk combination of Snapshot Quick Draw with lucked out with the mags right here. I actually wouldn't even swap this out for accurized rounds. I actually love the handling masterwork, to be real. I mean range masterwork. But yes, the stars just align with that one. And then this one right here, incandescent and turnabout. Same thing. So if the shields are easy to break next season, and oh man, like I said, I could apply radiant and then I could just use this on an anti-barrier shield or something like that. It's going to be really nice experimenting and just discovering new combinations, man. And then this one right here, you got lead from gold, golden tricorn, pretty much just a damage shotgun, because I think golden tri pushes you up to 50%. So you can see how if you pair this with another special weapon with lead from gold, and you was using something like a Ahamkara Hunter or a Thorn Knife Hunter or a Thorn Hammer Titan, right? How the damage would ramp up significantly. And then you stack that with the damage buffs and the surges and this, that, and the third, etc. The Z's and the A's and the B's and the C's. Then you got Wolf Tone Draw. You have the Impulse Amplifier and the Harmony. And then you have Impulse Amp and Adagio. I actually need to go visit Tripwire Canary and see if these are outdated now. Crossura Mellow. Yeah, see, this was like, I think this is the model of that auto rifle I was talking about in one of the trailers. There's an auto rifle in the kinetic slot and it's Strand, and it looks like it has a perk called Hatchling. And if I had to guess, it is an adaptive 600 auto rifle that fires the Strand archetype, obviously, but the Hatchling would be something akin to Volt Shot. Like after you get a kill, you produce a Hatchling or something. But it looks like this model of weapon, and I'm so glad they revisited this model because it's just a sexy frame of weapon, man. And it's sad that none of these weapons really popped off at the time, you know? which would make sense too now that I'm looking at it, because this came out in Season of the Lost, which is a Dreaming City weapon. So yeah, another thing I remembered. There is a grenade launcher in the energy slot that's arc, and it looks like it's breach loaded. Could be wave frame, but it looks breach loaded. It was in the trailers, and it looks like it rolls with volt shot. So do with that info what you will. But heating up demolitionist on the Crosshair Mellow, decent. But like I said, this auto rifle never really popped off. I think it's just power crept stat wise, or it needs a bump in the stats. Dynamic sway thresh on this one, multi-kill clip 4 times. Got the Forge's Pledge. I kept this one because look at that stability, baby. And we got Iron Grip. And we got heating up. Steady rounds, arrowhead break, stability masterwork. Had to keep it, man. Had to keep it. We got the Punching Out, Feeding Frenzy Thresh. Nothing else to see there. I actually might delete that one. Got Overflow Frenzy. In theory, it would be really fun to pair with something like an Aegir Scepter. And this one, we got Overflow Swash. Really fun to pair with a ninja-like class. Ooh, especially with the Hunters. Ooh, and maybe the Warlock, actually, this season, bro. Because I didn't think about it till just now. But all those weapons that I keep Swashbuckler on, I don't think about it on the Warlock because his melee game is weaker compared to the other two. But now that he has 3 charges, Swashbuckler builds might be viable on the Warlock. Sorrow's Verse, a 600 auto rifle. It is a shell of what Galliard, it looks up to Galliard and it cries every night because it can't be a Galliard. That being said, though, it's a 600 auto rifle, so, you know, I show it some love. But it has some pretty cool perks, too, the fact that it comes with 12 perks. It's just not up to par. But Killing Wind, Unrelenting, fun overall, PvP and PvE. This one right here, Subsistence Thresh, of course. You already know I got this one, but we also have multi-kill clip and Rampage on this one to choose from as well. This one right here, Dynamic Sway E-Cap, pretty good stability overall. And this one right here, we got Zen Moment E-Cap, very good stability overall. We have the Swift Verdict, a really lethal sidearm. Even now, the sidearms got reined in. Full auto is trash here, so it's basically only got 3 perks. But rangefinder on this thing, man, just stay out of the way. Anybody that knows what they're doing. And then Disruption Break. I'm always a fan of weird stuff like this because when you have a meta like how we have where every engagement is like predictably unpredictable. What I mean by that is like if you know what your opponent has, the only way you're probably going to lose is to abilities, right? Which isn't a bad thing. I'm just saying that overshields and healing nades, they validate perks like Disruption Break in my mind. You know what I mean? Because the opponent's not going to be thinking that you got Disruption Break on. They're going to be throwing down their barricade or throwing a heal nade and trying to re-peek. Yeah, you do that. You go ahead and do that, buddy. Then we got the Long Walk. Really good sniper rifle. The hit detection on this thing feels, oh man, feels like butter. I don't use it enough, but every time I do use it, it makes me look at Frozen Orbit and I'll laugh at it. But yeah, Long Walk feels really good. Darkest Before. Quick Draw, one for all. Everything else screams PvP. Oh, but you will not catch me up in Prophecy Dungeon again up until they give me an incentive, dog. I'll tell you that. And this one right here is on the flip side. This one is strictly PvE, right? Overflow, Unrelenting. Really good when paired with a special weapon in the kinetic slot. Or maybe something like that Stasis Glaive, you know? But yeah, Unrelenting. Contingency Plan. You know, I want to say that I don't need this one anymore. Frenzy makes me want to keep it, but at the same time, letting it go would not hurt my feelings. Annual Skate. Definitely not a meta pick, but a reliable one if you like it. And I like this one. It feels good to shoot. The perk combinations aren't out the wazoo. I would probably pick other weapons over this one, but every time I do use it, I have a fun experience with it. So, yeah, it deserves to stay there, in my opinion, for now. And this one has time payload. Same thing. Very fun overall. I like Annual Skate, especially with Surplus. That's probably what sells it for me, but I would go so far as to say I like Annual Skate over Waking Vigil. My 1K Stare, I love this thing. I'm not a sniper, but when I do, I snipe him from 1,000 yards away. All right? That's just, it's Something about this quick draw snapshot combination. This is what I was talking about when I say a sniper has to feel like an extension of your trigger finger, right? Like all I have to do is like see it, and then I do the whole little equations meme, right? I'm doing E equals MC squared. I'm checking the Coriolis force. I'm doing everything, and it's like it just feels so smooth to use it. So yeah, 1K Stare is up there. If they ever revamp, remaster, re-upgrade the Grasp of Avarice weapons, and we can either slap a depth mods on them or we can enhance the perks, this will be glued to my hip. I probably need a better shader, but we'll do that another time. I just want to see what this one looks like. It's not enough. I don't know. I love this loud color aesthetic, right? There's just something about this this theme color that I love on it. And then we got the Maddie. Like I said, it's okay to me. I probably would love it better if I had an amazing roll, but when it comes to shotties, Compass Rose to me feels better. And then, even then, it would be between Compass Rose and Retail Tail. And it's probably simply just because of Quick Draw Snapshot. Like, they feel the same way that I just described the Sniper. They feel fluid, right? Not that Matador doesn't feel fluid, it just doesn't feel as fluid as those two, to me. And this is the alternative one that I kept, just to, you know, test them against each other and see which one I preferred better. But neither one compared to Compass Rose and Retail Tail. If I have to play seriously, that is what I would pick. Got the BXR Battler. Of course, you knew I had to craft it with the Incandescent combo and Demolitionist. Retrace Paths. Ironically, I did keep one of these. You cannot get this combo. This is from the old version, and I'm so glad I kept one. But Disruption Break and Perpetual Motion. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a little memey, but once you pop that shield, I'm often hot swapping to my offset weapon, and I'm just popping, you know? So I really am glad and fortunate I kept this one there. Crafted this one, of course, the flamethrower. I even found the flamethrower shader, right? Like, that's fire. You can't tell me that don't look like it's been used and like the heat just melted off the decal, right? Like, yeah, that's nice. And then this Retrace Path, Killing Wind, Golden Try. I think you can get Golden Try, but I'm not sure. If I kept it, it's either because I was too lazy to craft another one and didn't want to waste the mats, or I was like, you can't get it, so I need to keep it. And then we, of course, got the two glaives. Come to Pass, Perpetual Motion, Adaptive Munitions. I love auto rifles, but that being said, this one was lacking for a first craftable weapon. It was okay. I think the strongest thing about this set of weapons was the Origin Trait perk, and I would love it if we could shift Origin Trait perks around certain weapons, man. Psycho Hack, sustained damage from this weapon, lowers the damage output for a short duration. That's low-key valuable in a situation where you have to beam the boss or something like Kargan or something, you know? Like, when you know you're going to be in a long fight, it doesn't hurt to be able to weaken them in a high in-game content. And then under your skin, we have the Unrelenting Turnabout combination. That's what it was, Sweet Sorrow. This thing has power crept Arctic Haze, you know, just overall. And the aesthetic on this thing is just nasty, bro. It looks like Breakneck 2.0, don't it? And then Crisis Inverted, another hand cannon that I won't say is slept on, but it definitely holds its weight and isn't as bad as it should get some more respect on its name. Let's put it that way. I think it just gets a bad rap because it's Omelon and the amount of perk combinations that it has, but I think that's a hidden jewel to it because there are so many good combos. Like, you got this combo right here, right? Rapid Hit, Rangefinder, and it feels really good once you get it going. But you also have this combo right here, Demolitionist Kill Clip. You also got this one right here, Demolitionist Adrenaline Junkie, and one more, Demolitionist Adaptive Munitions. So it has a lot of decent viability to it. You just got to get the rolls you're looking for. But like I said, if I could collapse them all, right, that would save me 3 vault spaces right there. We got Loot Barrier's Ruin, Grave Robber Wellspring. Got the Forbearance, of course. And we got this one right here. I'm just too lazy to craft the other one and didn't want to waste the mats. So random roll was in my favor on that one. Insidious. It's funny because as much as I love Disparity, I do not like Insidious anywhere near that much. And it's probably because it just feels extremely clunky every time I use it. It's a good weapon, but it just feels extremely clunky to use. Frontier's Cry, yeah, I just kept it just because it is. First chance I get to replace it, I'm pushed for vault space, you leaving. We got the title. Classic contender perk. Looking forward to whatever weapon we get this year. Actually, yeah, we should get Guardian Games next season. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to whatever weapon they introduce with classic contender on it. I'm hoping it's going to be better. Title's not a bad weapon. It's just very mediocre with its perk combination. This isn't bad, but the fact that I couldn't get armor piercing rounds on it, I don't even think armor piercing could roll on this thing. It was just like a slap in the face. And then Grave Arbor Swashbuckler because it was the best energy. Oh, you can get APR, so I was just unlucky. So yeah. We got Aisha's Embrace. Got a pretty unique, funky combination, right? Triple tap, 4 times. Can't delete that one. This one right here, Adagio. I believe True Vanguard had a video using Adagio with this and Battle Harmony. So he swayed me after watching that video to lock one down. Adaptive Munitions and Turnabout. See, this is going to be good when I can apply Radiant to myself, because that means that I'm going to be able to pop any anti-barrier shield, right? I'm going to be able to pop it easier because of Adaptive Munitions, and I'm going to be able to get the overshield because of Turnabout. So I love weird and funky combos like that, like this, you know what I'm saying? Of course, it'll probably be outshined by a higher DPSing weapon, but like the fact that this exists allows for a unique build off the rip, you know? Demolitionist Wellspring, one of the infamous combos that I've talked about. Love it anytime this combo pops up. Definitely advise snagging it. Then you got Unrelenting OFA. I like the fact that they combine Unrelenting with a damage perk. So on the right weapon, this would be filthy, bro. Could you picture this on an auto rifle? An auto rifle that got One for All and Unrelenting, or a pulse rifle, high impact? Good God. Snorri. Decent, very viable. Nowhere near as good as main ingredient, but still fun to use. Successful warm-up is what keeps it. We got the infamous funnel web. Boy. You made Recluse proud. They finally gonna nerf the Vice Stinger, but you made Recluse proud. On that same tangent, I get that they have to nerf Vice Stinger because it does choke the air out of the room when it comes to other origin trait perks. However, as a consumer and player of the game, I would love to see different avenues or other perks push it out of relevancy versus having to nerf it out of relevancy. And so what a cool solution I think would be, and I know it's probably unfeasible right now, but just as a suggestion, right? Like if I could rub on a genie's lamp and get a wish. They are talking about allowing us to be able to take weapons and take them to the Enclave. Now, it's not any weapon at the start, right? It's only going to be adept weapons from, I think, adept crafted weapons at the beginning. But hopefully, for the future, it would branch out to every weapon in the game. So if I get this randomly rolled weapon to drop, I should be able to take it to the Enclave and at least enhance these perks, right? From a base level. What my wish would be for, like, Final Shape is that not only could I enhance these, but could I also change the origin trait perk or add a slot to maybe have an origin trait shiftable perk, right? Have a way to obtain different origin trait perks from maybe through strikes, or, you know, have a way to obtain them from doing in-game various activities, and the lethality of the perk increases or decreases from its source. So if I run a master, right, raid, maybe slotting the memento would allow me to have access to a variety of origin trait perks that were of that level, right? But yeah, man, use the Enclave to really flesh out weapon crafting and reward unlucky RNG. If someone puts in enough time to grind it and they get a 4 out of 5 roll, allow them to get that 5 out of 5 by taking it to the Enclave. Don't make it too easy, right? So we don't have a Xur's ingredient situation where everyone's rocking the same thing. But I don't see there being a problem with, if someone's going to spend the time to grind the game and get the mats worth it, allow them to take the avenue to get there. Because think about it this way. What are you grinding the game for in the first place, right? You're grinding it probably to obtain that 5 out of 5. The only thing is you're making the road to get there a definite set road versus maybe never ever getting there. You know what I mean? And I think the payoff for that road is if you're playing the game and you're actually doing the activities and you're actually doing the hard activities to get the mats required to do this stuff, there's no problem with allowing it, right? Because if you look at it now, everybody has access to a crafted weapon. That's why everybody's running the Aikilos SMG right now. You see what I'm saying? So, just food for thought. But, and also, allow us to change these right here. Like, maybe not change these perks, maybe enhance these perks themselves. Maybe allow us to slot in extra origin trait perks here that have a variety. Maybe like the Psycho Hack perk. They don't have to be super busted OP. But what I mean is like, allow it to compete with Vice Stinger instead of having to nerf Vice Stinger. You see what I mean? Because I think that's what it is. Like, you're locked to Vice Stinger now, but if I had an option to choose something else, maybe I would choose something else, you know, instead of choosing Vice Stinger. But that's just food for thought and the tangents that I be having. But yeah, definitely allow us to change these and maybe the Masterwork. I don't care if it costs us like 2 Ascendant Shards and a Mad Mats, but nothing upsets me more when I get a gun that's a 4 out of 5 and one of these are trash, bro. Like, ain't no way I'd be ready to grind it all over again. I'd just be settling. But yeah. All right, so on this funnel web, we got the Subsistence and Frenzy on this one, right? On this one, we got Subsistence Thresh on this one. On this one, we got the Perpetual Motion Rangefinder, which was probably good in PvP, but I have not used it since. Perpetual Motion E-Cap, almost max stab stability. And then we got Adrenaline Junkie Subsistence. Probably the one that I'm going to be using a little bit more since Adrenaline Junkie can proc the damage buff off a rip. But yeah, those are all my funnel webbies. And then we got the Kantata. Pretty okay hand cannon. It's fun to use. It's okay. Heating up, time payload. We got heating up and moving target on this one. We got the good old rapid hit rangefinder roll on this one. Got heating up rangefinder on this one. Heating up Vorpal. I might delete this one. I think I kept this one because it was max range. Yeah, it was max range. Let's go ahead and strip this one down. So I'm not going to use it. And then Eye of the Storm rangefinder, right? So another example of weapons could roll with multiple perks. I probably wouldn't have nowhere near as many of these or funnel webs. And then we got the Fubu 55. Pretty good sniper all around, man. Got the extended mag, got the auto loading, and got the firing line. So if there's any situation like War Priest again when I need to use a sniper rifle, I'm definitely going to have to... I got this to lean on if I need to. Demo, Unstoppable Force. Unstoppable Force is okay on this thing, but I love the fact that this glaive can roll with demo, so it circumvents the reloading factor of it. And then this is on the flip side, right? If I actually need to deal with a shield that's annoying, I got adaptive munitions, and then we got lead from gold for those same combinations in the kinetic slot. Hollow Denial, really fun to use with G Falcons, man. Trace rifles are in a weird spot though, because they feel like they need some type of ammo economy bump, whether it's in reserves or how much they get from scavengers, because they just burn through ammo way too fast. But they're so fun to use though. But it's hard to justify using it because of that simple factor alone. You got the Without Remorse, Incandescent, Field Prep, nothing too special there. Got the Forgiveness, haven't used it since I got it. Demo, multi-kill clip, okay roll though. And then Demo Adrenaline Junkie, of course, the synergistic combo. We got to the Unforgivens, Demo Frenzy, really good for the solo play content when I'm not invested in Repulsor Brace. Probably one of my favorites, if not my favorite. And we got Demo Adrenaline Junkie. Glad I got the roll. Haven't really used it that much since though. But still, all in all, good combination synergistically. Demo Dragonfly. Nothing else to say about that except for explosions are sexy. Explosions go boom. And then well-rounded go to Tricorn. The one I wanted that don't have is Demo Golden Try, right? But beggars can't be choosers. We got the Hero's Burden. Not max range, but pretty good range though, right? Fragile Focus, Iron Grip, Rico Rounds. And we got the Wisdom Rebuke. So glad I got this combo right here. Look at this. Now, if you watched my last Vault Hoarders, this isn't the same one that I had before. I actually got this one this season playing Iron Banner. But if you remember, I was talking about how I wish I had a Charge Time Masterwork. And this is the one that actually has the Charge Time Masterwork. So, like, that's the one thing with these high impacts, in my opinion, is like they're good, but you can definitely get crapped on if someone knows and hears the charge time of it. And so sometimes that charge time mastery definitely helps out. But under pressure, Iron Grip, very stable chain of bolts. Would have been better if I'd had everything else stability esque out, but it's all good the way that setup is. Horror's Lease, super synergistic combo of Under Pressure and High Impact Reserves. Wish it was Adept, but then we got Zen Moment Frenzy. Love Zen Moment on this thing because it's just a laser. Once you land that first beam, everything else just follows suit, obviously. And then we got Heating Up Kill Clip. Yeah, I used this one before Kill Clip got nerfed because I still got the full auto mod on it. So I don't know. I have to revisit it before I think about dismantling it. We got a little bit of space now. A little bit of space. 5 ain't nothing. Epicurean Quick Draw and Repulsor Brace. Really was just using it with G Falcons. Although I might delete it because I've tried it a few times and I just don't like the clunkiness and the way it feels and everything. And yeah, it's an option. Wellspring Incandescent on the Drang. Broke. Callous Mini, Unrelenting Incandescent. So amazing of a sidearm, man. I mean, SMG. And we got Beloved. Of course, I went with the funky roll, right? Incandescent, 4 times the charm. Just fun for PvE. Then we have the Strident Whistle. This right here is a really good bow, and I would advise you guys to get one if you're turning in engrams on the tail end of the season. Bows are going to be in the artifact mod, but not only that, this has access to a pretty good amount of perks, and you do have incandescent on it as well. But Shoot to Loot Incandescent, I can see me using this thing next season for sure. I think bows are overload next season, so. And then this one right here, you got Archer's Tempo, Explosive Payload, and a pretty cool, neat little feature was like if you have Explosive Payload, it actually changes the arrowhead, right? So that was really good visually, man. Shout outs to the team on that visual effects for sure. You have Well-Rounded on this one, Incandescent. Kept it mainly because it was a Verb perk. Might see some mileage out of it because it's a trusty counterpart, right? You know. Shoot to Loot Explosive Payload, always fun. Got this Galu, love it. Overflow Snapshot. This is one I was using for a long time with in King's Fall with like double special weapons or stuff like that because of Overflow. Oh man, we almost done. Dang, this ain't take long at all. Okay. I thought we had like another page or 3. We got Doom of Chelchis. We got the Vorpal Weapon and the Frenzy on this combo right here. Got Tarnished Metal. Was my favorite weapon last season. Almost all of those kills came from last season alone. Volt Shot is an amazing perk. Please don't nerf it, although I understand why if it does get nerfed. But man, this put Tarnished Metal up there for me. This is the energy version of Night Watch for me. This is how valuable this is in my opinion. Brigand's Law, same thing, man. It's just funny. It goes to show you how one perk can change make a whole archetype of weapons like valid or valuable, right? So imagine if you had that's what I would really actually love to see is like some of the community members come up with a plethora of perk combinations on their weapons, because we done came a long way from Outlaw Kill Clip, right? You know what I'm saying? The Outlaw Rampage. We done came a long way from those combos. We have a nice little plethora, and they haven't slowed down for a while. Like, what do we get? We got Offhand Strike this season. You know what I'm saying? And next season, we're bound to get some more perks. So just the amount of combinations that are possible before that weren't. Woof! And imagine if, because see, like right now, we only have 1 verb perk per class, except for Stasis, right? Stasis has 3. Headstone, Chill Clip, and Cold Steel. But imagine if we get access to more verb perks and we can start combining them, right? Like I'm not talking about like volatile rounds and bulk shot. I don't think something like that's going to be possible unless we get an exotic weapon. But what I am saying is if they allow us to get access to Radiant through a perk and then allow us to do something like Incandescent, you see where I'm going with that? Like that's going to be the game changers there. We got the Mindbender's Ambition. Max range roll right here, you know what I'm saying? Full choke, accurized round, or smoothbore. Let's actually do the max range. Double range on this. Threat detector and well-rounded, which should, in theory, push out the range if we throw a grenade. So, literally max range. Still not the best. I would definitely use Compass Rose still over this, but it's a fun thing to have. And then Incandescent Pugilist. I like using this on something like the Titan with, what are those arms called, man? No backup plans. Use this with no backup plans and no reprieve, you know? Use the No Reprieve headstone, make a stasis crystal, swap to the incandescent, kill a couple of ads around, make them spread scorch. Very fun elemental loot to put together. And then this one I kept because of auto loading and the incandescent, because Lord knows that I do not like to reload whatsoever. Yesteryear, Under Pressure, Desperado, Pugilist. Okay, not the best archetype of pulse rifle, but it is okay. And then Subsistence Golden Tricorn. This is decent overall. Golden Tricorn does push the bar on this weapon. The Macabre, the Macabre, the Macabre, the whatever you want to call it. This, oh man. Shout outs to the whole design team who put this mod together, from the sound to its inception to the perks. This, hands down, this is what I am going to be looking at whenever any seasonal event comes by. This is the bar that has been set. This gun right here, man. Nothing bad to say about it, man. And it's a gun though. Like, oh man, it just knocked everything out. I think the weakest thing on this is the origin trade perk. And that's not even a shot at the origin trade perk. I'm just saying, like, that is the weakest thing on this gun, right? It's like the origin trade perk. That's how you know you did it good. But the aesthetic, like I said, the sound, the perks, everything on the Macabre, the Mama, it just slaps. So kudos to y'all. Shout outs to y'all. This is the pinnacle, is what I'm using for a reference point for every season going forward. As you see, I got this roll right here, fresh, haven't even used it. Perpetual motion, moving target. Got the handling masterwork, fluted barrel. This one right here, revolt shot. This is the one I've used the most, pretty much for PvP, and it has auto loading too. Counterintuitive, I know, but like, you just pop off the shot and you don't feel like reloading, you just throw that bad baby, you know. It doesn't proc volt shot, but it just has that extra utility. And then this is this the one? Yeah, this is the one she gave everybody for free. So if anyone goes, this one might be the one to go, but snapshot opening shot is a hard sell to delete, right? I never got a better one to get, which it wasn't for lack of trying, but I never got a better snapshot opening shot roll. I wanted it with fluted barrel. And then Jurassic Green, really good. Rangefinder pushes this thing to a good space, I think, because I do feel like it still lacks the range in order to compete on a high tier level. That being said, it's still good overall. And the fact that it has incandescent on a rapid fire frame pulse rifle, it just feels good to use in general. It's like a longer range version of the Callus Mini is the best way I could put it. Especially this one in particular with Subsistence, you know. This one right here has Subsistence Golden Tricorn. I believe I kept this one because of either a Cool Guy or True Vanguard video, and they were talking about the damage bump that you can get for this. It is the same thing for this one, the perpetual motion one. So one of them might get deleted in the future. I haven't decided, but yeah, if I need to push space, one of them will go. Out of Bounds, definitely not slept on, just not seen that much. I think Aikilos SMG is taking over the shine on this one, but really good SMG. Really good SMG. Too bad it didn't roll with Phase Mag. That was a missed opportunity. But all in all, yeah, Demo Golden Tricorn, it spits. Yeah, it just has a lot of good combos to choose from. I would suggest just looking at the perk roll, min-maxing your rank and just chasing it. And in future seasons, they made it way easier to obtain, way easier to not obtain, but to farm these things, right? Because they lowered the cost of acquisition, which is a good thing, because by them making the game harder and by them getting rid of blues and stuff like that, right, it's not going to be as easy to get mats on the regular, right? Because things are going to be slower because the game is harder. So we needed that extra bump that they gave us for sure. At least that's my thinking of it. This is my other glaive. This is my PvP version. Tilting at windmills and harmony. Definitely don't sleep on this. Don't sleep on it. If you see somebody with a tilting at windmills or a harmony glaive, take them seriously. Matter of fact, take anybody seriously with a glaive in PvP first of all, because they could be using a shotgun or a sniper. So if they got a glaive, underestimate them at your own risk, man. And then this one has the oh so beautiful role of Demolitionist and Wellspring, right? And not only that, but you can enhance them. So you can imagine how I fell in love with this. This was the first thing that drew me to this glaive. But I will say the Overflow incandescent roll in conjunction with an Aegir Scepter build. Whoo! My God, is that so fun to use. And then we got this version of the long arm on my hip. Hip fire grip doesn't do as well as it should in theory. However, considering that it is there, it is still a good option to do. There was something else I was going to say, but the moment I tried to grab that thought, it left my brain. So yeah, just hip fire grip, explosive payload. Definitely looking forward to seeing more of these come to the Crucible, because remember, this one doesn't even have verb perks. So if it had something like Volt Shot, keep in mind it reloads one bullet at a time. Whew, man. Or Incandescent or anything of that nature. Yeah, it's going to be good. Wilder Flight. Didn't get the role I was looking for, I don't think, but I did get Blindinade, so I was happy enough with it. That dungeon grew on me. Yeah, it grew on me. I still don't like the intro because it feels like a slow cook. I wish there was a way to negate that feeling of it, but all in all, I do like the dungeon. It grew on me a lot more. I like the difficulty of it, and the fact that it reminds me of the Chernobyl HBO series, I think is what is what really grew on me too. This is a beautiful Exalted Truth, man. Repulsor Brace, Killing Wind, but Killing Wind Encore really though is a fun combo that feels like a Outlaw Rampage combo to me, right? They both proc at the same time. They're both getting similar benefits, and it's just another example of synergistic combo that feels fun to play with and engage with. This one right here, speaking of, we got Outlaw Rampage or Outlaw Kill Clip, you know, bread and butter, so we had to keep it. And then we got Perfect Float Frenzy and Gut Shot Straight. So just really when I want to push the envelope and test myself. I wish I would have gotten the Slick Draw Perfect Float. Slick Draw Gut Shot Straight combo, because I really would have loved to meme with that. Like, you know, like really just press your skills and try to fight the game, but it is what it is. Well-rounded Golden Tricorn. Now this one I do like, because Golden Tricorn on the 720, you can easily get your damage up to 50%. If it was solar, I probably would love it more, because it's not hard to get kills with arc abilities and weapons and stuff like that. I guess I just synergize better with solar, but all in all, Golden Tricorn of this thing was pretty fun. And then Gut Shot Straight, I think, is okay on this archetype just because of how much lead it sends down range. And I was going to delete it at first, but when I read about what Woven Mail in general does, I am happy that I kept this thing, so we'll see. Glacial Chasm. We got Harmony, Eye of the Storm, or we have Killing Wind and Repulsor Brace. We got the Fuatora. I butchered that. Zen Moment, Moving Target. Definitely great on paper. Doesn't feel that good in use. Could be user error or barrels. I would personally probably still take Fool's Remedy, or even use the one that comes from the Vanguard. I can't remember the name right now, and I just inspected it. This one right here I'm keeping for another reason. Threat Detector and Repulsor Brace. Repulsor Brace mainly with G Falcons, or perhaps you could do some funky things with Mechaneer's Trick Sleeve, or you don't even have to use it with a Hunter, right? Like, you could go off-brand and use it with another class, so. Seraph Saw. This might be the last time you guys see this one, because the Swarm is coming back, and Warmind cells are getting deprecated, so. And I do think this is underwhelming with Firing Line. I've tried it so many times, but I still find it extremely underwhelming to utilize. Interference 6. GLs are getting a bump. Pretty good roll overall in my opinion. Spike Nades, Auto-Loading, Demolitionist. Only thing that's lacking is an Origin Trait or a Verb perk, but I plan on using this thing if I don't have Wendigo tied to my hip. Thermal Erosion. Another one that maybe could go now that we've gotten Avalanche and Fixed Odds. But Field Prep Demolitionist isn't bad. It's a high deep ammo reserve type weapon. Field Prep will keep it higher with ammo reserves. The reload speed is decent too. Demo would help me reload off rip if I needed to in the DPS phase. So it deserves a spot in my opinion. The Commemoration on the other side is the Void version. I wasn't able to farm this one as much as I wanted to, but I did get this roll, so I was happy with it. We have Repulsor Brace, Reconstruction, so nice. Sub-Zero Salvo, Relic of the Past, you know, came out in the time. Ambitious Assassin Chain Reaction was good back then, but they've nerfed this archetype, so I could see this going away sometime soon. Temptation's Hook. Still love this archetype to this day, man. Energy transfer. Love this perk because you can get to abusing some really cool niches when it comes to your class ability. Vorpal weapons always good, and then you have the caster frame. I'm actually looking forward to when we get more caster frame weapons, but with, can you guess? Verb perks, right? Can you imagine a solar scar or this thing with some type of jolt shot, right? Fallen guillotine, of course, the infamous one. Surrounded, whirlwind blade. Yeah, a solar scar with incandescent. Could you imagine, yeah? Beautiful. We got the infamous threaded needle. This thing has helped me out a lot. And one of the only guns, not only guns, but one of the few guns that actually takes the Seven Sisters shader as well. I don't know what it is with this shader and almost everything in the game, like 80% of things in the game, but it does not want to embody this aspect of it. And it's such a shame because that is such a good shader. But yeah, auto loading, Vorpal. Probably won't see this one as much anymore, seeing as to linear fusions are getting stamped down a little bit, but we'll see how the meta shakes out. The Swarm, we'll wait before we delete this one since it's coming back, but Unrelenting, Vorpal weapon. Pretty big fan of Unrelenting, as you guys can tell by now, especially in the heavy slot and on an LMG. That's an example of it being in the good slot and a good weapon. Memory Interdict, so we got a Void version of GL, ready for war. Eternity's Edge, we got Thresh and Surrounded. Needless to say, a pretty cool, amazing combination, especially since Surrounded spec got folded into Surrounded. So on the Warlock, really good. We got the Crown Spitter, Thresh on this one, Whirlwind Blade on it. We got the Hothead, auto loading, field prep, or lasting impression. We got the Zephyr, we got Thresh, Cold Steel, or flash counter. And then we got another Zephyr with energy transfer on this one in cold steel. Really wish I could collapse them two together, but I cannot bring myself to delete an energy transfer sword, especially that one, since I don't think you could roll that combo, or at least if you could, I didn't acquire it again. Field prep and golden tricorn. This is a good combo. Now, what I will say is, like, on paper, right, it has to be in context, though. Because depending on the situation, you're not going to want to waste a rocket to proc Golden Tricorn, right? That being said, though, that's how it is on paper. If you're in a situation where you see a big meaty ad and it's a rocket launcher, so it's going to do splash damage, and it has ads around them, like Roke or something, for instance, yeah, you can proc it, you know. Not saying that you're going to be able to do that and then get a grenade and proc it all the time, but I am saying that for a rocket launcher that can use Golden Tricorn and proc it, and it's craftable, and you can get it enhanced, right? Field prep Golden Tricorn on a Void subclass is not a bad shot, because you're getting 50% damage. Psycho Hack is another, like, extra thing, icing on the cake, right? But it does have field prep. And where ads are involved and they're, like, cluttered around the boss, you can actually make this useful. So, yeah, just food for thought on that one. Palmyra, this is the first thing I crafted when crafted weapons were available. And this is what I used on my rope clears. I didn't get first 24 hours or 48 hours, but this, I seen the value of this at the time. The auto-loading lasting impression with the Izanagi's loot. So this is what I definitely chased, and I'm going to be trying to do my best to do the same thing next season. We got the Typhon GL, so we got Demolitionist, Wellspring on this one, Spike Nades. This ends the trifecta of what I was talking about, the Demolitionist Wellspring combo. So if you were paying attention, you know, you could string together a full build with all those. Just be ability spamming. Auto-loading, adapting munitions, you know, for those shields as well again, even though match game won't be as significant. Quillam's Terminus, really fun LMG. This is a good combo too. Headstone Unrelenting, it procs. I used this one regularly during what was it called, totems. Yeah, during totems and stuff like that. It was pretty fun. Taipan, I never made the goated roll. I'm probably gonna delete this roll now, actually, now that I think about it. Because I like threaded needle, man. Auto loading. I don't like having to reload my weapons and stuff. But we'll see. We'll see how far linears fall from their threshold of being the dominant in the meta. And that is it, man. That is all my Vault Hoarder specials. So yeah. Dang, that didn't take long at all. All right, man. Shoot. I guess, man, now. I'll tell you what. Because I actually didn't plan on playing too much today. What we will do, though. What we will do is I will do the main story mission because I didn't do it just yet. I did watch it. I did watch the trailer and the final cutscene. But I just been occupied and busy with IRL things that kept me occupied, you know, and never really actually knocked it out myself. So I guess now is the perfect time to do it on the stream, right? So we're gonna do that, I guess, and then we'll dip into. I guess I'm gonna go from there and just call it a day. Shoot, get ready to prep up for next season, man. But yeah, thank you for joining the Vault Hoarder specials, man. It's something that I definitely like to do at the end of every season because I really like to. It's just, I really can see how, like, one cause can create another effect in the future, right? And so I really think it's nice to always keep a mindful eye of where you come from, right? History, in order to see where you're going in the now. So, and on the eve of Lightfall, obviously, you know, I like to go through and look at everything and think of where we are right now, think of what's possible, think of what we wish for the future. And then moving on to it, you know, we're going to be lost up in the hype. At least I know I am, you know. I know I'm going to be busy just enjoying all of the new content and stuff. So, yeah, it's just something I like to do at the end of every season. And definitely been looking forward to doing all this stuff now, man. I appreciate everybody for joining, just looking at my cluttered field vault. But hopefully I gave you a look into my mind and how I tackle and approach build crafting and all that good jazz. So... But from there, man, yeah, let me run this story mission real quick, and I guess we'll call it a day from there. I'll continue to rant a little bit about some things that's on my mind and whatnot, and what I'm looking forward to, specifically what stood out to me, because, yeah, man, Bungie has been on a roll when it comes to all that stuff, hasn't they, man? Like, before they were, I love it, because before they were so, like, radio silent before every season drop. It was, are we going to get a new subclass? Does Bungie care about this, that, and the third? You know what I'm saying? Like, do they even have a media team, right? Like, it was so many ups and downs and the turmoil and stuff, and now look at them, bro. They just throwing info. I actually kind of wish they would stop a little bit so some stuff is surprising, because it's nice to get in the game and experience all that stuff, but at the same time, you know, being able to I'm grateful that we are getting as much info as we are, I guess is the best way to put it. Yeah, is because it's going to be nice to theory craft and do all those things too.
We only get one shot at this. It's all on us. House Salvation has locked down the launch facility, and we don't have time to regain control. Rasputin is going to try to remotely scramble the station's defenses. Buy you a couple of seconds to do a flyby and transmat in.
Okay. Emphasis, a couple of seconds. Brace yourself.
So I just watched the end mission. I never watched the mission itself. I mean, I watched the cutscene.
Empress Keitel is scrambling Imperial warships to
divert
the fleet's attention.
Maybe.
Get to the command center so we can start the upload.
We should take Blink off, shouldn't we, guys? Oh yeah, we should. Ah! Oh, I love that, bro. Second, I'll fix this real quick. Yeah, so there's a lot of good changes and stuff I feel coming. It's gonna be nice just to get a breath of fresh air in the game itself. I do wish they would expound more on PvP, and they didn't mention Gambit at all, but I would imagine if they didn't mention it, it's because they have nothing to talk about it yet, or they felt like investing time and energy in Gambit would have been better invested elsewhere, which I'm totally cool with. Because the way I look at content is like, how much content am I going to want to replay every season, right? And how much is put into weapons, right? Like, I really think the loot and the weapons, especially since it's a looter shooter, is a really important part of the game. Oh my god. You know, like, I think a mid-season cache of new loot would really shake up a lot of metas, right? Instead of them having to drop mid-season patches every season, right? What if they just dropped a batch of like 10 to 15 weapons mid-season, or at the you know how we have those we have those events like Guardian games or whatnot. Instead of like just 1 or 2 weapons, what if they dropped a few and they just left them for the rest of the season, pretty much, you know? And I think stuff like that would shake up the meta overall instead of just being stuck with the same weapons overall. But they have gotten extremely better, and I plan on that's one of the first things I'm gonna do when the new season drops for sure. Is once everything happens, we sit down. Once Light GG comes online, I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna scour over every perk combination and try to drill in my head what's gonna be the most amazing things to go chase, right? Maybe I need to put on a long range so I can pop those from afar, because they're glaive ain't gonna cut it. Let's go for that. So yeah, that's what I'm. That's gonna be one of the first things I roll with. That auto rifle though from the please let me get up here. Thank you. That auto rifle from the Season of the Defiance though, probably one of the first weapons I try to chase down. Because as you guys know, I'm a sucker for 600, well, auto rifles in general. It looks like it's going to be an adaptive frame auto rifle, so that means that it might replace my last breath depending on how good it is. But if it has synergy with Strand, I'm definitely going to be leaning into it. Speaking of Strand, man, holy, I think it's going to be really amazing. The fact that it's going to put mobility into the loot. What you doing here, girl? Oh, who else they gonna send? Who else they gonna send, huh? They can't send Cade? No. Oh, that was a low blow. All right, I'm gonna chill out. Oh, man. Hey, you know I gotta give you hunters. You know I gotta give you hunters a hard time, man, every time. It wouldn't be me if it was. Out of all the classes, though, what is everybody most hyped to run into? Y'all know me, I'm a big brain XBigxBrainxWarlockxMainx, so I ain't even got to tell you what the boy gonna put on. But I will say, Titan is actually looking good to me. I want to mess with the Titan a little bit. I want to mess with all of them because the Hunter, as much as I crap on Hunters, I love the whole ninja vibe of them, right? And I think that Strand is definitely going to embody their ninja fantasy, their Spider-Man shenanigans. Oh, come on, man. With all the stasis. I'm surprised the Airmen ain't betrayed the witness yet, though. All that grief they've been making now. Be careful, because I can die here. Open up the portal a little bit. More things I wanted to talk about was how I think. Okay, so like there's a lot of stuff that I got going on in my head, and that's why I really want to take my time and experience it when it comes out. Because God, here we go, guys. I'm getting ready to go on a long tangent. But like just how Witch Queen dropped, right? And the end of the campaign was the Nefeli Stronghold, right? I'm wondering what's gonna be our equivalent that leads us into Beyond Light. Not Beyond Light, Final Shape. So I say all that, right, initially to start it off. Because things that stood out to me. Ishtar Collective being out there on Neo Luna. So
this was your final resistance.
1 second. We ain't had nothing to do with Reese. Oh, we got plenty of time. Don't worry about that, Rasputin. But okay, so the Vex on Neomuna and Ishtar Collective makes sense because to me it seems like there's something on Neomuna, Vex related obviously, right? Probably an access. So think of like Beyond Light, how Clovis was doing what he was doing and then it led to the Glass World. I'm thinking that we have some sort of equivalent like that on Neomuna because of Ishtar Collective and Clovis Brave, right? On that same tangent, we haven't heard from Clovis ever since we kicked him out of the Exo Frame. So I think conveniently, Clovis may pull up and reunite with his dude Thang the Witness. You know what I'm talking about? And if that happens, holy, I can definitely see things taking a left turn. I also think they're gonna do something with Osiris, man. I really do, because the more and more I'm looking at the whole Osiris thing and how he's interacting with Strand and he's lost his light power, it's looking like a really good storytelling feature. Not to mention, his name is Osiris. He's based off the Egyptian god of the dead. And for them not to do anything with that plot point, man, it's almost criminal. So I'm definitely expecting Osiris to have some sort of, what's the word? Maybe misunderstood. I want to say a misunderstood arc is the best way for me to put it. Is to where Osiris will get involved and somehow he'll get misunderstood, and by us misunderstanding him and everyone breaking off and doing their own things, it will lead to an unfortunate situation where we're gonna have to combat Osiris, or he might go over to the dark side. I don't know. It's so many things, man. Because even when the Witness pulled up and was getting ready to and the Traveler started blasting, right? It looked like the pyramid ships made Sagira's shell, and I know that could just be like a nothing point, but that was a very, very peculiar nothing point if that is the case. So it's just a lot of few story pieces I'm looking forward to and excited about. But not only that, like, I mean, then you got Season of Defiance, so the pyramid ships are literally pulling up on our planet. So it's gonna be an equivalent factor to how Season of the Risen popped off, right? And Vox Obscura. Speaking of which, now that I'm vocalizing it, I wouldn't be surprised if the Glaive was the Vox Obscura quest mission equivalent, right? But yeah, definitely looking forward to all the little knickknacks everything's gonna entail. Looking forward to see what exotics, what new ones we're gonna have anyway. I know we got a brief glimpse at everything, but I'd imagine that there's more than just those per class. Yeah, I guess it would be interesting to go back and see which ones were, how many we had in previous seasons. Is it really?
However, transmat systems are now partially under my control. I have secured a transmat pad to the bridge.
One second. All right. Transmat firing. Yeah, I'd imagine if they didn't say anything about Gambit, it's because probably they're revamping Gambit as we speak. They just didn't have time to show us anything worthwhile, you know. Same with Crucible, because I feel like they probably work in sections or big chunks on stuff. I'm glad I didn't hit that brawl in front of me, because I'd have been so upset. No! Okay, we'll put Blink back on. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I can't wait to meet the Cloud Striders too. I got a feeling Rohan's gonna get capped though. I got a feeling they're gonna take Rohan out some way, man. I don't know what it is, but something is screaming at me like, yeah, we're gonna get. But all in all, man, looking back at it, it's a good campaign. It was a good experience overall. I really enjoyed it. How the Witness actually corrupted and caused the echo effect of the Hive. Like, that's what I mean with like a cause and effect, right? By the Witness doing...
We're running out of time.
Oh, we're good, girl. Don't get over dramatic. So yeah, with the Witness doing what the Witness did, right? It basically created the Hive race, and it made Oryx and everyone stop doing right. By them lying and everything, it put them on a different road, which was surprising. But at the same way, you could see how, and maybe why, if not maybe see or agree, you could at least empathize or come to a conclusion that it's understandable why the Traveler gave the Hive a light. You know, it's like at first you would think Savathun went to steal it, but Savathun was really just took an L, coughed up her last breath. And the Traveler was like, here you go. Drink. Hey, got that one up, you know? And it's just, I'm hoping that Lightfall has those same type of parallels and revelations when it comes to the lore. Which I'm sure it will, as much as they're hyping up the campaign and stuff. So I'm definitely looking forward to everything, man. Definitely build crafting for sure, but there's more aspects to the game as a whole I'm looking forward to. LFG system, whenever it gets done. I know it's not coming right now, but it's everything.
Oh, no. Work that at 99%.
Oh, well, that was totally planned. And don't let anyone tell you different. So on the same thread with Savathun, I think that Savathun may become an ally in the future for sure. Because they left that thread, they left that plot point open, didn't they? We took Savathun out, but we could have easily like taken her out because it's only in the lore that, not even really in the lore, but it's how they crafted the campaign, right? Where we ended up, the Hidden ended up coming to claim her body. Savathun was actually trying to keep the Traveler safe, that is right. So what we doing now, Savathun was trying to prevent the Witness from even getting close to it. When you think about that last and final mission, when we take Savvy out, that's what they were doing with the threads, the whole, the strand, yo. Dang. So that's why I love the narrative team, man, because like from a narrative perspective, it's threads you can't see. But just because you can't see the threads don't mean they're not there, right? But wow, that's actually pretty cool thinking about it in that context. So I'm hoping they have similar veins going into Final Shape, but I hope it's like to the point where every season after Season of the Defiance is literally just jam-packed neck breaking race to Final Shape. Where it's like there's no filler seasons. Every season is important, like not even a training arc. Everything is a vital plot point. Like we had the Elite Four or something like that, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm hoping this season brings. And it should be good from a gameplay perspective too, because they don't have any 3.0s to redo, right? They don't have any big subclass changes to amplify. So if they are doing another subclass, they can invest all their time into it. And if they feel like, or probably are, gonna give us new fragments over the course of the year, it'll just be more time to do those things. Please don't kill me, I don't want to die. That's what I thought. You better not shoot me. You want to shoot. Pulling up like you got some fire. Come on with these sonic spikes. Alright, I need something more viable to actually hang here. I guess I could do this. Might as well use it while it's still busted. Oh, cool. This would actually help. Do I want to use... Actually, let me see something real quick. Yeah, instead of chaos... lingering, volatile rounds, weakens. Yeah, we can get rid of this one. Let's do the finisher that way. If I need to escape, I can do a finisher and go invis. Actually, you know what? That's way better damage. I'm hoping we can make some pretty cool builds that's almost replicable to what we can do now, though. I'm sure a lot of stuff won't be one-to-one, but I know there will be stuff that we couldn't make before that we should definitely have access to now. A lot of this stuff does seem fun and interesting on paper. We just got to get our hands on it in game to see. I think I'm just put on Devour. Yeah, I'm gonna put Devour on. I think one of my main things was actually let's wait until I pop the super first. Because I was liking the fact that what was it? I can't remember now. Was that 2? What? I can't remember. I was thinking about Devour and I lost my train of thought there. I know I'm be using a lot more Quicksilver Storm though when we get that surge stuff, because all you have to do, I think, is just put the subclass on, and you don't even have to match it. So definitely kinetics are gonna get a uptick in usage. Yeah, something like Izzy's, bro. Oh, Izzy's and Wither Horde. My God, they're gonna be nuking. Bad Juju's gonna be fun. After this one, actually just go into this. Where do you think you're going? Shield weave? Shield weaver? Please no. Ergazra. Come on with that. It's like right there too. I ain't gonna lie, this is an annoying fight. Solo anyway, at least the way I'm going about it. Alright, that's right, I wanted to switch to Devour. Yeah, at least I can stay alive a little bit longer this way. I do think we're gonna get more aspects for each of the classes though, just because they didn't announce them. I think that's one of the things they're going to keep under wraps. And if not, this upcoming season, more seasons in the future. But it's going to be interesting once we do get more fragments, because I think that'll open up the channels and you won't see as many bottlenecked builds. Of course, you're going to see a lot of similarities because the best setups are still going to be the best setups. But the more options we have to choose from, right, means that you're definitely going to see a more variety of playstyles at the same time. You know, because when you think about it, it hasn't been that long since our subclasses got 3.0, and even though they did get 3.0, we all pretty much run them almost the same way, right? You figure how many of us go on Lord of Thunder or Star Class the same way, you know what I mean? The more fragments and aspects we get, the more that'll switch up. Because I know I was one of the people that was like, yo, why is Icarus Dash a freaking fragment? I mean, the aspect, and it's like, even though that is the case, you do not see me running that other aspect because Icarus Dash is just so valuable. So it's like I want hard choices to choose from, right? I want things that's gonna have risk reward and be more valid for me to choose from, or create a fun playstyle. Which is another reason why I think Strand is gonna be really cool too, because it's like they're taking a different approach from the bland stuff that we do, right? It's not just get a buff, pop buff, now hit for stronger damage, right? Like it's actually like Strand to me is coming off as a technical class, you know? The more proficient you are with the technicalities and understanding the nuances, the more fluid and the more you get out of that subclass as a whole. And I would love for all subclasses to be like that, but you know how you have your differences and stuff, like the rock paper scissors stuff. So yeah, you have your technical, you got your like your mage, and then you got your strength or your super strong warrior, right? Just to use a couple of archetypes. Or like you got your warrior, your mage, and your assassin, right? Rock, paper, scissors. So. Oh god. Please, you don't need to die this tail end, man. Yeah, I knew you was gonna fly. I was about to pop it on you. Alright, let's change the drip.
Something's happening. Do you feel that? It's like a
Feel it?
heartbeat.
I feel nothing. There's activity in the city. In the tower. The traveler is reacting.
I don't like this.
Oh, sorry.
It's too familiar.
Oh, Elsie, this is something from your timeline? What are you talking about? It is. I guess we need to upload now. Oh, okay, never mind. Alright, let's hush. I know it's a cutscene coming.
It's happening again.
The whirlwind.
Perilous.
Don't worry, the great machine will never abandon anyone again.
It's leaving. The traveler is leaving. The war stats.
Aramis, please do not do this. If you care at all for our people, if there is anything left in your heart, make it known your pain.
I know. It's time.
For Reese.
Goodbye, Red.
Definitely better watching that in game. Oh man, yeah. Okay, cool. So she pulling up out of the shadow of, what is that? Is that Europa or somewhere right there? Maybe. I don't know for sure, but Jupiter it looked like. But yeah, man, they built up the Witness pretty good. I will say that. At first, I wasn't really feeling the vibe of the Witness in the pyramid ships when Garden, what was that, Shadowkeep? Yeah, when Shadowkeep pulled up, I was like, ah, man, these threads, man. But like now, as it done grown up, I'm actually liking the concept of the Witness as like embodying resonance and doubt. Like every time the Witness shows up, it's always whispering, right? And I don't know about y'all, but I get the vibe of male and female energy intertwined from the Witness together, right? Like it's a transcendent entity is what I get, right? Like if you listen real close, it's kind of like the non, like the emissary. When it speaks, you can kind of hear both the male and the female voice in it. And every time it moves, it's like it's gliding across space, creating like different resonances or vibrations, frequencies, whatever way you want to categorize it. You know what I mean? But like I'm really liking how they're building up the Witness. So yeah, I can't wait to see the actual clash when we finally tackle it. And I actually got a feeling that the Witness is just a sub boss, to be real. You know, as we know, dark and light are what, two sides of the same coins. We're able to utilize it, but at the same time, the Witness is using it as best as it can in its own way to get its goals met. Oh, the tower, the Traveler's gone. I can't even look up. Dang, I didn't know that was gonna happen.
Good, you're back.
Where'd the Traveler go? Zabella's gaze is transfixed on an empty space where the Traveler once hung in the sky. I guess I should have spoken the narration voice instead of... Anyway, for a moment, he says quietly, I thought my greatest fear had become reality. That the Traveler had decided to leave us or fend for ourselves. He turns to face you, a look of tired relief in his eyes. But in that moment, I also had another thought. Gesturing broadly to the city, Zavala casts his eyes upward once more. The last time I saw Cabal ships in our sky over the city, I looked to the Traveler to save us. But now, Cabal, Elixni, awoken, our allies have rallied to us. We look to each other instead. Zavala rolls his shoulders, then squares them to the challenge ahead. In the wake of Rasputin's sacrifice, the Wrathborn have begun pulling back their forces, but I can't shake the feeling that they're just making way for an even greater threat. When he looks at you again, it is with steel in his eyes. Whatever the Traveler's intentions, it chose to stay with us, just as we have chosen to stand together. That's what's up, Commander Z. Oh, I did that wrong.
Hello, Guardian.
Hello. Alright, man, that's it. Oh, final step. What? Oh, we gotta speak to Akora Bay? What? Akora Bay? I'm in the club with Akora Bay. Oh, man. Dang, is there nowhere where you can actually see the Traveler from space? That's crazy. That is crazy when you think about it. The Traveler is actually moving this, opening up for the first time ever since the Red War. Yeah. So it looks like we getting some characters, some plot movements, ain't we? I was laughing earlier because Osiris was like, I don't feel nothing. And I was thinking, I was like, it's because you ain't got no ghost, homeboy.
How can the Vanguard help?
Oh, snap. Akora is silent. She stands facing the empty space in the sky that once held the Traveler and says nothing. A cool breeze blows across the palace, picking up dry leaves and scraps of paper from the bazaar. The silence that has fallen over the tower is haunting. Akora turns and exhales a long-held breath. If you've come to me for guidance, I have none. Dang, girl. Can't do me like that. The words fall heavy out of her mouth. Nothing could have prepared me for this. She looks away for a moment, not ready to cross this conversational line, but then she finds her strength again. Guardian, Akora's voice has an adamancy to it. Whatever comes next, I want you to know that it has been an honor fighting alongside you, through loss, through victory, through the haze of war between. I don't know if this humanity's final hour, she says, looking up to the sky, but if it is, then we face the end together. Ikora looks at you, and for the first time, you see something new in her eyes. Fear. Oh my God, we are doomed! If Ikora's seeing fear, man, it's over. It's a wrap. It's done, son. She says go. Spend time with the people you love. Oh, man, not like that. It may be your last chance to. My God! You're supposed to do that every day, though. You know what I'm saying? Spend time like that with the people you love because you never know it's the last chance. But my point is that, man, yeah, Ikora getting fear. Bro, next thing you going to tell me, man, next time we come back in Lightfall, Ikora going to have dreads, dog. All right, speak to Anna Bay at the holo projector. I don't know if I can take any more of this, man. Y'all got me feeling all types of ways.
Him
Ooh.
on the far edges of my mind.
Ooh.
He stirs in the vault. But why?
In the vault? Who are you talking about? You talking about Tolan? Wait a minute. What did Tolan do? Nah, Tolan was on the moon, I think, right? Where are we going to the helm? Yeah, Tolan was on the moon last time I checked.
I appreciate what you're saying, Tyra. Thank you. Yes.
I forgot all about Tyra Khan. Oh, man. Yeah, definitely looking forward to the plot twist and everything that develops in the upcoming Lightfall, man. Needless to say, it's definitely been a good ride from up until then. A shaky one, but we've come through some developments, ain't we? Bungie done hooked up with Sony a little bit. They didn't, man, everything, bro, everything. We done came a long way. It's just amazing to look at all the metas we done been through. I think the worst meta we actually had was the cheater meta. Holy. It was just, to me, it was the worst meta because everything was paranoid and nothing felt legit. So, oh man, my poor homie. My homie. Who unplugged the Ethernet cable, man? Oh my God. All right.
Guardian, ever think about the things we pick up? People we latch onto as if something outside of us could tell us who we are? Like polishing a rusty name tag to a fine shine. Being a Bray defined me, for better or worse. I thought Rasputin was my link to who I was, that I could rediscover myself through him. I tried that for a long time, like he was a tool. It wasn't until later I understood he'd become a person. Rasputin was family. But now, he's gone. He sacrificed himself to save us. Clovis would never have done that. But I taught Rasputin to make his own decisions. In the end, he defined who he was, and what he did. And so can I. I can carry on the Bray legacy. Not Clovis's, but mine. I can choose what it means to be a Bray, just like Rasputin chose what it meant to be a Warmind. Goodbye, Red. For real, this time. Thank you for teaching me who I am, who I could be, and who I want to become.
Dang. Dang, that one hit a little bit home right there, man. I ain't even expect for Anna to hit my touchy-feelies, but she certainly did with that one. When you really think about it, man, Rasputin been with us since the beginning of D1 when you think about it. True, he has been some sort of an irate tyrant, but he has been with us nonetheless since the beginning, and he has grown on me ever since season of the Warmind when Osiris pulled up with that scout rifle. I've grown some more respect for Rasputin. So to see him actually leave, man, yeah, I guess it is it's plot development for sure, character development. I was under the impression that not under the impression, but I was holding on to a theory that if Cade was to come back, it would be through Rasputin because of the whole lore connecting Rasputin and Cade together. But anyway, yeah, I'm actually pleasantly surprised that it took this twist. Yeah, it hurts, but at the same time, I can see why they wanted to get rid of Rasputin, because Rasputin was an OP player in the game, right? With the war stats and the Warmind cells and all that stuff. Like, you know, I mean, they had to nerf Warmind cells, so they was like, all right, we really got to nerf Rasputin. Oh, they literally took Rasputin and the Warmind cells out the game. But yeah, it's nice, man. It's nice to look at narratively, and I can't wait to see what the future's gonna bring it to. So, Final Dawn, Guardian. Ever think about the things we pick up, the people we latch onto, as if something outside of us could tell us who we are? Yeah, man. Tachi said something similar. Tachi said something so similar. Anna is devastated by the loss of Rasputin, by the loss of someone who helped define her identity and self-worth. Rasputin was family to me, a connection to whom I used to be. Now that he's gone, he's gone. Anna recognizes that Rasputin sacrificed himself to save humanity, defining himself not by what others demanded of him, but of what he demanded for himself, to be more than a weapon. That is right. That is what he said, wasn't it? That is what he said. He said he wanted to defend humanity in his own way, not to be wielded like a weapon. Yo, remember when we popped up at Warmind the first time, and Zavala was like, "Yo, what are y'all doing here?" It was like an upset father, yo. Yeah, we didn't came a distance, right? Anna comes away from this with a renewed sense of purpose and a new outlook on the future. So another random tangent, right? We know that Elsie Bray comes from a different timeline. One thing that she said recently that stuck out to me is like, this feels too familiar, right? And when Osiris was like, I don't feel anything. I wonder how much of Elsie's timeline is going to diverge with this one, such as what is similar in her timeline that's going to pop up. And the reason I bring that one up is that it says Anna comes away with a new renewed sense of purpose, a new outlook on the future. What if this is the thing that turns Anna to the dark side? What if Rasputin taking the path that he took is what finally pushes Anna to go in the dark, right? Because I can't remember what lore book. I think it's not Truth to Power, but I think it's like Dark Future or something like that. But it's one of those where Elsie doesn't want to teach Anna stasis, and Anna learns stasis anyway, low key, and it comes to find out she was on some evil stuff. So I wonder if she'll spiral like that. And it's a funny reverse pivot, because if you remember at the beginning of the season how her and Osiris were interacting, right? And how Osiris had just came up and he was feeling like he was lost and all depressed and stuff. It's a really nice swing of the pendulum. All right, speak to the Exo Frame.
Guardian, if you are listening to this, then the deed is done. I trust my sacrifice was not in vain. Anna and I have shared our farewells. This will be hard on her, but she is resilient, strong, and she is not alone. I have a final message for you as well. The Neptunian city in Osiris's visions is real. I do not know its exact location, but it is home to the Veil, an object of immense paracausal power, one that is linked to the Traveler. The details are contained within the Nephele stronghold files retrieved from the Cosmodrome. I have decrypted them for Osiris's benefit. Tell him it is a parting gift, from one old miser to another. All other files referencing the city have been deleted from my records, and not by me. Someone wanted it to remain a secret. Anna once worried that she had neglected to teach me how to trust. But now, as my penultimate act, I entrust this knowledge to you. Use it well, my Seraph. Humanity has no more need of a Warmind. Not when you have each other.
I was gonna say, hold up right there, Rasputin. You talking about we don't need no war? Any more time than now? It's like, I don't know, bro. I mean, when Gaul pulled up, it'd have been useful. You know what I'm saying? When Ares dropped off on Europa, it'd have been useful to have a Warmind, but it's all cool though. Things I want to touch on though. Rasputin says that someone deleted his files. Who do we know that will have access like that, right? Clovis. And Clovis would also seem to be the type to have uploaded or been researching some type of info from the Nephele stronghold. Remember, he said it was linked to the Traveler, But who was Clovis getting messages from back in the Dark Ages, right? He was getting messages from the Witness and whatever the Witness the Whispers was and whatnot. So it wouldn't be too far-fetched that the Witness was trying to lead him to the Veil or trying to use Clovis. He had some sort of influence on Neomuna, right? Of course, they branched off and had the Exodus stuff, but who's to say that he didn't know about it? And also, when you think about the beginning of this season, remember when Clovis found those files and he said he had to decrypt them and just dipped off on us? It was before we kicked him out of the Exo Frame, but remember when he acted all secretive and stuff? Yeah, I'm thinking Clovis might be a disciple or close to buddy-buddy with Callus, but that's just me far theorizing random tangent in the head. But, I mean, I don't know. It would make sense to me, especially Clovis being the deceptive little hooligan that he is. But, yeah. All right, cool. So we finally knocked it out, man. Yeah, I think that'll be it for me today, man. Definitely looking forward to Lightfall some more. There's a couple of things that I still need to tackle. I may get them done, I might not. I still got some GMs to do, this and the third. We'll see if life allows it. But if not, man, I do plan on streaming on Lightfall Day, at least if not anything, to just scour all of the new information. Like I said, I want to look at everything, go over it, come up with some theory perks and stuff like that. And then like that following week, other than just enjoying it at a casual pace, like I've been doing, come up with a couple of builds and stuff like that. I want to hopefully construct some stuff, you know, get to a couple of things maybe that everybody finds out interesting. And if anyone does find something interesting that they want to look into or they want to lean into or want me to experiment with, shoot, just drop a message. The worst thing I can do is say no, but I'll at least look at it and tinker with it a little bit. But apart from that, man, yeah, thank you for everybody joining me and tuning in, man. Yeah, there's nothing else more I can say, man, except for thank you. I appreciate everything and everything does, man. If you want to thank me, just help create a better place where you are, you know, whether it's the small things, right? Like I said, you'd be surprised how you can create an echo effect into the future by the small things you do today. You plant a seed and it'll grow into the future, right? So you do that for me, and shoot, that's what's up. Because the way I look at it is, if everybody ends up taking care of each other, then eventually you just end up taking care of yourself. So, but appreciate that. And without any further ado, if you like what you see, triple tap that like button for me. And if you enjoy the vibe, subscribe. Has been me in the present, talking to you from the past. Hope to catch you Guardians in the future. Adios. I'm Ghost. Guardian out.